Trouble mounts of Virat Kohli. Bengaluru activist files complaint against Kohli. RCB says followed the government orders. Canadian PM Mark Carney hails India-Canada partnership. Carney says India is a major strategic partner and a key collaborative economic growth. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a cumulative bounty ₹45 lakh, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. Reports say Elon Musk satellite internet firm Starlink has secured a vital license from the Telecom Ministry, marking a significant step towards beginning commercial operation in India. 10 months after taking over Bangladesh's interim head, Mohammad Yunus, to hold elections in April 2026, this will be the first elections in Bangladesh since the mass uprising overthrew Hasina's government last year. Viewers, let's go to the top story we are tracking right now. Devastating stampede in Bengaluru has left the city mourning. An FIR has been registered against RCB, event management company DNA and the Karnataka State Cricket Association for alleged negligence. Here's more on the investigation in the Bengaluru Stampede case.
It was supposed to be a celebration, a historic win. But what unfolded outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th was nothing short of a tragedy. 11 lives lost, dozens injured, and yet the question remains, who is responsible? Despite clear warnings and prior information, no coherent crowd control plan was in place. Videos flooded social media. Heart-wrenching visuals of people gasping for breath, crushed in a sea of chaos. A celebration spiraled into a stampede of death and disorder. And now, in the eye of the storm, former Indian captain Virat Kohli. A complaint has been filed against him by senior social activist Venkatesh at the Cubbon Park Police Station. The police have acknowledged the letter and confirmed that an FIR has already been filed in connection to the stampede. The Event Management Agency and the Karnataka State Cricket Association. RCB has in fact gone ahead to claim that it followed the state orders. KSCA, meanwhile, has washed its hands off the incident and rushed to the High Court seeking a quashing of the FIR. In a rare admission, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah confessed they were not anticipating the crowd. A chilling understatement for a disaster that took 11 lives. Top police officials, including Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayananda, have been suspended. A judicial commission has been appointed, but the families of the dead are not looking for commissions. They are demanding justice. What was the role of RCB's management? Why was there no public communication about the event? And how did marketing head Nikhil, already under arrest, greenlight a mass event without securing basic safety clearances? The world saw RCB lift a trophy, but behind the glitz and glamour, a city mourns. This is not just about cricket. It is about accountability, it is about negligence, and the price paid when system fails. The big question remains, who will answer for June 4th?
And we have sensational new details have surfaced in the Bengaluru Stampede case. A video showing Karnataka's Deputy CM Venkatesh allegedly directing fans to gather at the stadium on the very day of the chaos. Another clip will show, it's reportedly showing him celebrating with the RCB trophy just hours after the deadly incident. The BJP now alleges that the Congress government has pressured the police to go ahead with the event despite the risk. Here's the full report.
New details have emerged in the Bengaluru RCB Stampede case. In a video that now has surfaced, Deputy CM DK Shivkumar can be heard addressing the fans and urging them to come to the stadium.
ವಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಭಾಳ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ಕು, ಭಾಳ ಲಾಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಸೀದಾ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕೋ KSCA ಅವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Hours later, Shivkumar was seen celebrating and holding the RCB trophy. This even after a deadly crowd was crushed. The BJP has now made serious allegations claiming that the Congress-led government pressured the Bengaluru police into letting the RCB event go ahead despite the warnings of overcapacity.
The decision was taken by the Chief Minister himself. According to our information, senior police officials were summoned to Chief Minister's residence on 4th morning because police had denied to give the permission. They did not agree. So hence senior police officials were summoned to Chief Minister's residence and Chief Minister threatened senior police officials and they warned, I am the Chief Minister of the state, you have to obey the orders. Please give the permission for the victory parade. Only then police were forced to give the permission.
While the state government remains tight-lipped, the political heat is building up with the calls for accountability growing louder by the hour.
Ahead of Eid al-Adha celebrations, police have conducted flag marches all across several areas of Uttar Pradesh. The move aims to strengthen security and ensure peaceful festivities. Here's a report, viewers, as we give you a snapshot of what to expect next.
Uttar Pradesh Police deployed 5 companies of the Provincial Armed Constabulary and the Rapid Response Force across sensitive areas. The deployment is part of heightened security arrangements to maintain law and order during today's Eid al-Adha celebrations. In the lead up to Eid, peace committee meetings were held at every police station and district across the state.
दिनांक 7 जून को ईद उल जुहा के त्यौहार को सकुशल संपन्न कराने के लिए ये एक फ्लैग मार्च निकाला जा रहा है, जिसमें कल के जितने ड्यूटी पॉइंट आच्छादित होंगे सभी को कवर किया जाएगा और सभी आबादी वाले क्षेत्रों में जहां हमारे मुस्लिम भाई रहते हैं उनके बीच से निकलेंगे. जो व्यवस्थाएं पहले से कही गई थी वो हो गई है नहीं हो गई उसका जायजा भी लिया जाएगा और सभी नमाजियों में और सभी शहरवासियों में विश्वासपूर्वक त्यौहार मना सकें, इसका प्रयास इसके माध्यम से किया जा रहा है.
These meetings were attended by religious leaders and members of the local communities.
7 तारीख को सुबह 6 बजे से करीब 10 बजे के बीच में विभिन्न मस्जिदों में एवान जगह नमाज अदा की जाएगी. तो हमने सबसे ये रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि नमाज कहीं भी प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी पे या फिर रोड पे ना हो, जिसमें सबने हमारा पूरा सहयोग किया है. मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि मस्जिदों के अंदर, ईदगाह के अंदर कल नमाज सकुशल संपन्न होगी.
Flag marches have been carried out in multiple cities including Ayodhya, Gorakhpur, Lucknow, Sambhal and Shahjahanpur. Officials across Uttar Pradesh continue to monitor the situation closely to ensure law and order.
बकरीद का पर्व है तो आमजनों में एक सुरक्षा की भावना लाने के लिए और जो शरारती तत्व हैं उनको सचेत करने के लिए पुलिस द्वारा समस्त जनपद में सभी थानों में फ्लैग मार्च किया जा रहा है। इसी क्रम में मेरे द्वारा एसपी सिटी, SPRA, CO सदर, CO क्राइम के साथ और पूरी फोर्स के साथ ये भ्रमण किया जा रहा है और इंश्योर किया जा रहा है कि कहीं भी कोई अव्यवस्था न हो।
Police have also announced strict monitoring of social media platforms to prevent misinformation or disturbances.
हमारे सभी थाना क्षेत्रों में पैदल गश्त करके लोगों के बीच में जा करके कानून के प्रति लोगों में विश्वास पैदा किया जा रहा है। मरेगंज एरिया में हमारे अन्य अधिकारियों ने आज फ्लैग मार्च किया। हजरगंज एरिया में हम लोग कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार से सभी थाना क्षेत्रों में SHOs अपने अन्य पुलिसकर्मियों के साथ में पैदल गश्त करके लोगों में कानून के प्रति विश्वास पैदा कर रहे हैं।
Authorities have urged citizens to cooperate and help ensure a peaceful and respectful Eid celebration.
There was a major crackdown on Maoist insurgency. Another Maoist terrorist identified as Bhaskar was neutralized by security forces in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. This comes just a day after top Maoist terrorist Sudhakar was gunned down in the same district. The action is part of an intensified anti-Maoist operation underway in the region. Meanwhile, in Maharashtra's Gadchiroli, a dozen Maoists collectively carrying a bounty of over ₹1 crore have surrendered before the police. Here's a full report. Take a look.
A massive crackdown on Maoists continues in Chhattisgarh. Security forces neutralized a wanted Maoist, Bhaskar, in Bijapur on Friday. He was reportedly carrying a bounty of ₹45 lakh. An AK-47 rifle, explosives and other arms were recovered from the site. This encounter comes just a day after security forces gunned down top Maoist commander Sudhakar in the same district. Similar recoveries were made from Sudhakar encounter site, AK-47s, arms and explosives. These back-to-back encounters are part of an intensified operation launched on Wednesday, involving the State Police's Special Task Force, District Reserve Guard and CRPF's Elite Cobra Unit. Meanwhile, in a major breakthrough in Maharashtra, 12 Maoists surrendered before the security forces in Gadchiroli. Together, they carried a total reward of over ₹1 crore. The surrender coincided with the visit of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis and comes as a morale booster for Operation Black Forest.
ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इस प्रकार का आत्मसमर्पण यहाँ पर मेरे सामने हुआ है। करीब 12 ऐसे माओवादियों ने यहाँ पर आत्मसमर्पण किया है जिन पर 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा इनाम रखा हुआ था। पहली बार शस्त्रास्त्रों के साथ भी आत्मसमर्पण हुआ है और एक प्रकार से इस आत्मसमर्पण ने ये बता दिया है कि माओवाद की कमर टूटी है।
In a separate development from Telangana, 8 members of the banned CPI laid down arms before Mulugu police on May 31st. These developments come amid Union Home Minister Amit Shah's assertion that Maoism will be eliminated from India by March 2026. With back-to-back encounters and an intensified counter-insurgency push, India's war against Red Terror is entering its final chapter.
A major banking fraud has surfaced, viewers, in Kota. Sakshi Gupta, who's a former relationship manager at ICICI Bank Sri Ram Nagar branch, has been arrested for allegedly embezzling over ₹4.58 crore. That is right, 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between the year 2020 and 2023. Here's a report. Take a look.
A significant financial fraud has surfaced at ICICI Bank's Sri Ram Nagar branch in Rajasthan's Kota. Sakshi Gupta, a 26-year-old relationship manager, has been arrested for allegedly embezzling over ₹4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Gupta reportedly manipulated the banker's user FD system to prematurely break fixed deposits without customer consent. She altered registered mobile numbers, replacing them with those of her relatives to intercept OTPs and transaction alerts. The misappropriated funds were invested in stock market, resulting in substantial losses. The fraud came to light when a customer inquired about a missing fixed deposit, prompting an internal audit and subsequent police complaint. Gupta was arrested by the police on May 31st and is currently in judicial custody. ICICI Bank has filed an FIR and assured that genuine claims of affected customers have been settled.
हमारी बैंक में रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर साक्षी गुप्ता पत्नी शरद गुप्ता निवासी 1-15 विज्ञानगर कोटा की जिसने ग्राहकों के 40 ग्राहकों के 110 खातों से ओडी अकाउंट खोलकर एफडी पर लोन लेकर ग्राहकों के खातों में स्वयं के परिवारजनों के मोबाइल नंबर ऐड कर ग्राहकों से 4,58,82,663 रुपए का गबन किया।
The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight of mechanisms. The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight mechanisms.
And viewers, getting you some back-to-back updates coming in right now as we track what's happening all across the nation. Starting off with the vehicle checking, which has been intensified at checkpoints ahead of Eid al-Adha. In visuals, police personnel were seen flagging down vehicles at security checkpoints and key intersections for checking. A top police officer said that the checking was meant to instill a sense of security among residents and ensure no untoward incidents during Eid celebrations.
इस स्पेशल आयोजन में सभी पुलिस अधिकारी, चाहे कांस्टेबल हो, चाहे डीसीपीज हो, जॉइंट सीपीज हो, स्पेशल सीपीज हो, सभी सड़क पे निकले हुए हैं। चेकिंग चल रही है और इसमें हमने ट्रैफिक के साथ चेकिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि कोई भी अगर कोई व्हीकल वायलेशन करता है, ट्रैफिक वायलेशन करता है, उसका भी चालान कट सके और अपराधियों की धरपकड़ भी हो सके।
BJP Lok Sabha MP Manoj Tiwari hailed the inauguration of the country's latest engineering marvel, the Chenab Rail Bridge. The world's highest rail bridge, which was conceived way back in the 80s, was opened by the Prime Minister Modi during his visit to Jammu on Friday. Tiwari said it was a proud moment for every Indian seeing Prime Minister Modi walking down the majestic bridge and raising the tricolour.
जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी को चिनाब ब्रिज पर तिरंगा लहराते हुए देखा हम सब ने, आज वो बना है, उस पर ट्रेन पास हुई है, उसमें मोदी जी बैठ के गए हैं। अपने कार्यों पे ऐसा विश्वास कि देश का प्रधानमंत्री उस ट्रेन में बैठ के जाते हैं पहली बार। और इस चिनाब ब्रिज के बनने के बाद अब जम्मू तक लोग जाते थे ट्रेन से, अब श्रीनगर तक जा सकते हैं देश के किसी कोने से।
The great grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, Tushar Gandhi, called for a change of guard in Bihar in next year's assembly elections. Calling for the strengthening of the opposition India alliance, Tushar Gandhi opined that there is a need for change in Bihar. He significantly also called on Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to switch sides and do another homecoming.
नहीं, अब नीतीश जी ने 20 साल काफ़ी राजनीति कर ली, सत्ता का भोग उन्होंने कई तरीकों से किया। अब बदलाव की ज़रूरत है, लोकशाही में बदलाव अनिवार्य होता है और इसलिए हमने पर्याय भी देना चाहिए और उसके लिए काम भी करना चाहिए। यही हमारी इंतजा है और प्रार्थना है कि नीतीश कुमार वापस एक बार घर वापसी भी कर दे तो भी अच्छा होगा।
Director of Enforcement has raided the residence of Bollywood actor Dina Moria apart from 15 other locations across Mumbai and Kochi in connection with the alleged ₹65 crore Methi River desilting scam case. Visuals showed ED officials leaving Moria's residence after the raids. Social activist H.M. Venkatesh filed a complaint against India's batting ace Virat Kohli in connection with the Bengaluru Stampede case. Crowd crushed during a grand state felicitation of the IPL-winning Bengaluru franchise, with 11 fans dead and over 50 injured. The visual showed Kohli lapping up the adulation from fans with his actor wife Anushka Sharma by his side as the stampede unfolded outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. We're getting you much more viewers. We are live this morning. We'll put a focus on some of the stories coming in. Top terrorist Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who has carried a cumulative bounty of ₹45 lakh, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. And reports say Elon Musk's satellite internet firm Starlink has secured a vital license from Telecom Ministry, marking a significant step towards beginning commercial operations in India. Stay tuned. We are live this morning.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ?
है ना अंकल? सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Is the only reason we can now send America airstrikes into space.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Eli. All right, boy.
मैंने जब कहा कि मैं विंबलडन जीत के आऊँगा, मैं ओलंपिक मेडल जीत के आऊँगा, लोग पूछते थे, क्लास टीचर पूछते थे स्कूल में, औकात क्या है, पहला विंबलडन पहुँच के दिखा। एंड आई फेल्ट दैट समटाइम्स विनिंग इज नॉट अबाउट टैलेंट, इट इज अबाउट औकात दिखाने का है।
औकात दिखाना
और क्या?
You took it as a challenge.
As a challenge.
You were angry.
100%.
Wow.
Getting you some updates coming in right now. Trouble mounts for Virat Kohli. Bengaluru activist files a complaint against Virat Kohli. RCB says followed the government orders. The Indian PM Mark Carney hails India-Canada partnership. Carney says India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborative economic growth. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a cumulative bounty Rs 45 lakh, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. Reports say Elon Musk's satellite internet firm Starlink has secured a vital license from the Telecom Ministry, marking a significant step towards the beginning commercial operations in India. 10 months after taking over Bangladesh's interim head Mohammad Yunus to hold elections in April 2026, this will be the first elections in Bangladesh since the mass uprising overthrew Hasina's government last year. And viewers, just barely hours after President Vladimir Putin vowed to avenge the damaging drone strikes in a phone call with his US counterpart Donald Trump, Russia has conducted a fresh airstrike on Ukraine. The latest wave of drone strikes in 6 predetermined regions of Ukraine represented one of the largest Russian air raids in the 3-year war. The attack, in fact, is coming just recently, and it has also killed at least 4 lives. Here's more. Take a look.
In a fresh setback to ongoing efforts to bring truce, Russia launched one of its biggest aerial assaults in Ukraine. The latest wave of attacks followed hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin vowed to avenge the massive Ukrainian drone strikes in a phone call with his US counterpart Donald Trump. According to reports, 6 predetermined regions of Ukraine were targeted in the latest wave of attacks. The regions targeted included capital Kyiv, northern city of Cherniv, and western Lutsk.
Тоже злякалась, страх як злякалась. Вышел, вскочила. Ну хорошо, у меня как-то вот было еще с того времени, как началась война, я заклеила скотчем окно. Вот это вот стекло. Так осколки на комнату не попали, а все на балконе было. Вот. Ну а что потом же давай то рвало, то валидол.
The Russian missile and drone attacks in Kyiv claimed at least 4 lives, including 3 emergency responders, while leaving more than 20 injured. 4 more civilians were reported injured in Cherniv and another 16 in Lutsk.
Дуже було важко, це був жах. У нас холодильник насквозь, вікон немає по цій стороні взагалі, двері вхідні не зачиняються, скло, всюди скло, прибираємо.
Local authorities said that multi-story buildings, private homes, a kindergarten, and civilian vehicles were damaged in the attacks.
Мене розбудили буквально за пару хвилин до тривоги, і батьки попросили піти в кладовку, в коридор як укриття. І я чула жужжання, і потім до мене забігає тато, мене накриває рукою і дуже сильний вибух. Я чула все, чесно кажучи, життя просто перед очима пронеслося, я вже думала, що все. І в мене почалася якась панічна атака, чесно кажучи, я на початку війни цим страждала, але зараз вже все добре, але зараз знову почалася. І у нас вилетіло з петель одне вікно, і чесно, мені було дуже страшно, тому що приліт був якраз біля мене, ну просто фактично я народилась в рубашці, тому що те, як прилетів шахет, це, я не знаю, просто я шокована, що я жива.
The mayor of Kyiv said multiple rescue operations were underway in the immediate aftermath of the attacks. Multiple explosions were reportedly heard for hours in the capital, Kyiv. Falling debris sparked fires across several districts as air defense systems attempted to intercept the incoming targets.
Today's night is very hard for us because it's attacks by the terrorists, by the Russian Federation. It's very loud outside because we right now is independent parking with a lot of people because we feel a little bit scared because of the because it's very very noisy. I think that ends because of the rockets, because of the shahed, which is flying like the bees, and it's very scary because you might die of it. So yeah, we're a little bit shocked because the bomb is detonated near our house, and we was very near.
Emergency workers and police evacuated 5 people and several pets from a damaged 9-story apartment building in Lutsk. This overnight assault was the latest in a series of large-scale Russian attacks targeting regions across Ukraine.
And let's move ahead right now to what's happening in Bangladesh. Remember that we have seen that Mohammad Yunus has announced elections next year in Bangladesh. That is around April. And this is very significant given the fact that this is the first democratic elections the country is going to hold after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina. All this and much more coming right up in this report. Take a look.
In a televised address to citizens, Bangladesh's interim leader Mohammad Yunus announced the much-awaited general elections in the country. The troubled country will pick its next leader in the national polls in August of next year.
আমি আজ দেশবাসীর কাছে ঘোষণা করছি যে আগামী জাতীয় নির্বাচন 2026 সালের এপ্রিলের প্রথমার্ধের যে কোনো একটি দিনে অনুষ্ঠিত হবে।
The polls will be the first in the country since the ouster of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in a so-called students' uprising in August 2024. The deposed former Prime Minister has been living in exile in India since the abrupt end to her 15-year rule. Hasina's party, the Awami League, was among the two largest national parties in Bangladesh to be banned since the coming of the Yunus-led caretaker regime. The declaration of polls came just days after the Khaleda Zia-led Bangladesh Nationalist Party, a partner in the interim regime, openly called for polls at the earliest. Yunus had also been under increasing pressure from Army Chief Waqaruzzaman to hold the promised national polls. Reports earlier claimed that Yunus was considering stepping down in view of rising differences within the administration over the national polls.
Under mounting pressure from within the caretaker administration and the army chief, Bangladesh is, in fact, we're getting some updates coming in. Let's go ahead to the other story we're tracking, especially when we talk about what's happening in Israel. So in Israel, thousands of Israelis have gathered in front of the country's Supreme Court on Thursday. And this happened on the night of Thursday to protest what they saw as a judicial interference in Israel's war in Gaza. Now, the protesters were angered by the court's attorney general's moves to hinder the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's removal of Roland Barr. That is right. That is ahead of the Israel's internal security services. Watch this report for more.
Thousands of Israelis gathered outside the country's Supreme Court to protest what they claim to be judicial interference in Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza. Israelis held a massive protest over the apex court and Attorney General's moves hindering Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's removal of Roland Barr, the head of Israel's security services. The protesters said Netanyahu should be able to remove and replace the country's intelligence chief without any legal interference.
אנחנו כאן הערב לא רק כדי למחות, אנחנו כאן כדי להציב גבול. אנחנו כאן כדי לומר לבג"ץ ולמערכת המשפט לא. לא לשלטון המיעוט המשפטי, לא לשלטון הפקידים, לא להנדסת המציאות החוקתית.
Protesters carried placards and banners that read, "The appointment of the head of the Shin Bet is the government's test."
אסור לתת להם. אני אומר לראש הממשלה, אני קורא לו מכאן להתעלם מההנחיה חסרת התוקף של היועמ"שית, להביא לכך שהאלוף דוד ציני יהיה ראש השב"כ עכשיו.
Netanyahu removed Roland Barr earlier over what is said was a crisis of confidence surrounding Hamas attacks. However, Israel's foreign minister froze Barr's firing following multiple legal challenges against the move.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has invited Indian counterpart Narendra Modi to this year's G7 summit. The Ministry of External Affairs has released a formal statement confirming that PM Modi received a call from the Canadian leader, inviting him to the three-day summit from June 15 to 17. PM Modi thanked Carney for the invite while congratulating him on his recent election victory. The PM's acceptance of the G7 invite possibly marks an upturn in ties between the two countries after the bitter exchanges with the previous Trudeau administration. Here's more, take a look.
Making good on his pledge to repair frayed ties with Delhi, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney invited Indian counterpart Narendra Modi to this year's G7 summit. The Ministry of External Affairs put out an official statement confirming that Carney dialed PM Modi, inviting him to the G7 summit from June 15 to 17. The three-day summit is to be hosted in the Canadian city of Kananaskis. According to the MEA, PM Modi thanked Carney for the invitation while also congratulating him on his emphatic win in the recent general elections. The PM's acceptance of the G7 invite could mark the opening of a new chapter in the bilateral relationship between India and Canada after the rapid downturn in ties under the previous Trudeau administration. Significantly, to a question on whether he believed that PM Modi was in any way involved in the murder of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Nijjar, Carney said it wasn't appropriate to comment on an ongoing legal process. India is not a member of the G7, which includes Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Meanwhile, weighing in on the G7 invitation to PM Modi, Canadian MLA Dallas Brody said she was hopeful that it would result in an upturn in ties between the two countries.
Canada could do nothing but benefit from having a positive relationship with India, and I hope that the talks between Mr. Carney and Mr. Modi are positive and look forward to an increased relationship between us. As I said before, we have the largest diaspora of Indian people in our country, and I believe that a large part of that is right here in British Columbia. So it would be exciting, and I think it would give a lot of people hope.
As PM Modi hints at a new phase of engagement with Canada, will the G7 invite put the strained bilateral ties on reset?
And viewers, move ahead right now. The Advocate General for the European Union's highest court has urged its intervention against a piece of legislation passed by Hungary, which is blocking LGBTQ+. That is right. Now, this is the content of LGBTQ+ content to minors under the age of 18. Now, the Advocate General urged the court to rule that the place of this legislation violates the laws of the European Union as well as the values which is espoused by the bloc. Take a look at this report for more.
The European Union has come out strongly against a Hungarian law blocking access to LGBTQ+ content for minors under 18 years of age. The Advocate General for the EU's top court has sought its urgent intervention against this piece of legislation. The Advocate General said the piece of legislation fundamentally violates the laws of the EU as well as the values espoused by the bloc. Advocate General Leila Medina said the legislative changes adopted by Hungary's right-wing populist government violate several rights protected by the EU.
Conclusions. Advocate General Chapeta proposes that the court declare that by adopting the Law 79 of 2021, adopting stricter measures against persons convicted of pedophilia and amending certain laws for the protection of children, Hungary has failed to fulfill its obligations under EU law in the following ways. By prohibiting by the child protection law minors from accessing content which promotes or portrays gender identities that do not correspond to sex assigned at birth, sex reassignment or homosexuality, Hungary has infringed Article 3.2 of Directive 2031 of the European Parliament and of the Council.
Earlier, the EU Commissioner for Democracy, Justice and Rule of Law, Michael McGrath, also voiced concern over the legislative changes adopted by Hungary.
In particular, we do have serious concerns about the draft law on transparency tabled in Parliament earlier this month, and I raised this again at the hearing today. The Commission believes that if adopted, the proposed legislation would constitute a serious breach of EU principles and EU law.
As the anti-LGBTQ+ law faces pushback, will the Hungarian government roll back the legislative changes?
And viewers, but coming right up, we are getting you a lot more this Saturday morning. Trump will mounts for Virat Kohli. Bengaluru activist files complaint against Virat Kohli. RCB says, followed the government orders. And the Canadian PM Mark Carney hails India-Canada partnership. Carney says India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborative economic growth. Stay tuned, viewers.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
My greatest honor is to wear the Tiranga on my heart and play for 1.4 billion people. So yes, if I had not won that Olympic medal, I would be unfulfilled as an athlete. I would have still bowed my head in gratitude to God and say thank you for everything you've given me. But nothing compares to the responsibility of playing for country and playing for your people. And I've played through 6 generations? Children, their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents nowadays. All of them can say, we watched you play. And to inspire now the next generation to be champions is what I live for.
QSNTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah. All right, boy.
this week on Get Me Right, a lowdown of history for US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on why India's war machine is of Russian vintage and how American actions during the Cold War landed New Delhi into Moscow's arms. Also, how Pakistan used the Trump family's obsession with crypto as a geopolitical tool to ingratiate itself into the inner circle of the American president. And finally, can the Kashmiri Pandits return to the valley? There's some buzz. We explore. Join me this weekend, only on Republic TV.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ?
है अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah. All right, Lord.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
At a time when the world watches India's rising assertiveness, Operation Sindoor has turned the way India projects its strategic vision. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have one of India's foremost strategic mind, Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare. He is also the principal advisor to the Ministry of Defence, and not just this, multiple roles that he has had as a strategic advisor to the government. Thank you very much, General Khandade, for joining us on this broadcast. I want to first start by asking you the backroom. What really happened within the government's thinking room after the cowardly attack that took place in Pahalgam? And many here in the country were already expecting there will be some sort of a response. But what we do not know what really goes behind and the challenges that one really faces.
Thank you, Shravan. Firstly, a very big Jai Hind to all the viewers of Republic. And I'm personally very happy to be with you. I admire Republic as a nationalist channel. And just one small little correction that on 16th of May, I relinquished my term because I'd finished 3 years. And the moment Operation Sindoor stabilized, I thought now is the time to move on. And your question is very valid that automatically inquisitiveness for everyone, every citizen, especially in a democracy. If you are in an authoritarian state, you dare not ask, you dare not even question or even think of it. But in a democracy, it normally happened and people feel the entitlement to know what happens in the rooms. So there are structures, there are processes, there are policies. So what is the structure which decides on what finally we will do is the Prime Minister and his CCS. That is those 4 crucial ministers, that is the External Finance, Home and Defence. Now between them, when they are very clear that, because they are the elected members of the nation, right, then the NSA steps in. The NSA has the best possible advice because it's not only military issues that he's talking of national security. And the CDS comes with the 3 service chiefs, and then in the closed door, they decide on what response. Why did I say response? We did not start it, we responded. So response, the direction is known, whether it is kinetic, whether it is non-kinetic, whether it is both. And that having been decided, then goes the details of nitty-gritties of what will be the plan. Will it be the Air Force? Will it be the Army? Will it be Navy? How to sequence it along with the non-kinetic issues. So all that goes into, and then the supporting staff of the 3 service chiefs and the CDS, they have a huge job at hand. In addition to that, the NSA pitches in with what is supposedly the intelligence community. The intelligence community, that is the Intelligence Bureau, the RNAW, Secretary RNAW, the NTRO, the External Affairs Minister uses his entire team of ambassadors outside, high commissioners. There's a closed door meeting in which a plan is worked out. What time, where, nothing is sure. It could be at night 2 o'clock. It could be early morning 3 o'clock. And these are the key people who sit there. How do I say that? I've been a part of it during the surgical strikes planning. So I know how well it is done and nothing comes out. Believe me, nothing. Not even a matchstick will come out, and only when this is executed that something will come out. So the planning which is done in detail is done by the services, by the intelligence community. A plan is brought out and then again it is presented in the CCS. The CCS takes a decision, agree, modify, whatever it is, and thereafter it is executed. So it has happened during the surgical strikes, it has happened during Balakot, it has happened now, and it's a logical sequence where we have been raising the cost. You know, initially when you all would recollect, Prime Minister Modi gave an attempt to have friendship. What did he get in return? Pathankot. In 2016, the first day of 2016, and Pathankot Air Base. After that, it didn't seem to stop. Uri happened. And we had to give them the reply which is befitting. You know, a lot of people say that, we've done surgical strikes earlier. I am a personal witness to that. My battalion has done something in 2000, in the year 2000. But that was a battalion action, you know. The result may have been very good, but there the government was not as much involved in terms of political decisions, although we had a very great Defense Minister, George Fernandez. I respect him hell of a lot. And after that, this is the first time that 7 targets were chosen. And I remember during our talk before this, you mentioned about Manohar Parrikar, a great Raksha Mantri. And, you know, before this happened, he said, the pain has to be transferred and magnified on the other side. So that is the thinking, you know, that it has to be done. And Mr. Ajit Doval is also very aggressive when it comes to national honor. Obviously, the Prime Minister is leading this entire thing.
What was the thinking this time? You're saying there was always a thought behind it as I look at the circumstances that we are talking about. As far as Uri is concerned, you've had a base being targeted. As far as Balakot is also concerned, there too you have a similar sort of a setup. Today, what we saw, many would say that Lakshman Rekha was crossed when you have had civilians being targeted and obviously a narrative that Pakistan wants to build. What was that thing that the Prime Minister had to tell the services, and what was the thought behind it this time? What did we want to achieve?
See, the Prime Minister obviously is a person of the people. How can any Prime Minister accept this kind of barbarity that you create widows, you kill people based on religion? How does anyone ever, an elected Prime Minister obviously cannot accept it? That is one part. What about the other people in the apex leadership? Unanimity. That this aspect of what has been done to our civilians who were tourists, who had come there to do something which had nothing to do with the Kashmir issue or whether it was Pakistan issue, nothing. They had no idea as to what was happening. They possibly wouldn't have known the names of the Tanzims also.
Right.
So you pick up whom? Okay, if you did it in a military base, okay, you have a fight with the military. You did it with the CRPF, okay, you have a fight with the uniformed fraternity. What do you have against the tourists, civilians, innocent people, killing the husbands right in front of the wife, giving a message to the wife? Have you ever heard of this kind of barbarism anywhere else? I think there was unanimity that enough is enough and we've got to go across. And to go across, again, here is the point where military wisdom dictates that what you've done last time should not be repeated.
Okay.
So you have to do at a scale, whether it is temporal or spatial. How quickly, how hard, how far. So if we did it in the proximity of LCs during surgical strikes and we did something beyond the LC in Balakot, this time we spread them all over. So I think the planning was very clear. It has to be different, it has to be more, and it has to be shock and awe.
As far as the choice of these very locations, you made it very clear it's the military doctrine that dictates it. I want to go a step further because many asked this question when there were reports coming up of who were eliminated in the process. In Muridke, in Bahawalpur, as well as in Kotli. Was there at any point in time you were looking at certain individuals to be targeted? For instance, was Hafiz Saeed still a target at that point in time? Was Masood Azhar still a target? What was the thought behind it? Was there any intelligence to provide that these men were frequenting these very places and that's the reason why we chose it?
See, intelligence collation is a combination of what comes from space, what comes from comment, and what comes from hint, from our people who are on the other side. Now, and all that is fused, and thereafter we pick up which is the target and what are the challenges there. So, our first choice was these 3 Tanzims, that is Hizbul Mujahideen led by Sayyid Salahuddin, Jaish-e-Mohammed led by Masood Azhar, and again Hafiz Saeed, LET Muridke. We wanted to clearly send a message that your headquarters, may be any amount of depth beyond the IB, are not safe. Okay. The second message we wanted to send is, now you see the photographs that you've seen, as long as they are repaired, one feeling, that eerie feeling among the people there, that these guys used to say they are invincible. They are not. The Indian state can reach out and shake them by their collar anytime. Now, the point which you made, whether these personalities, whether they were there or not, while it is known as a general practice that they would be there, but the detailed routine, it is very difficult to have precise information. Although, I must say that whatever the human intelligence which is there is very good. Even in Balakot, I have personally seen it was very good.
What was it like this time?
The number of people who are there was known, and that is at the risk of the person who is sending you the information, because he himself could very well be targeted because he is there. He cannot escape from there. But that kind of intelligence we do have. Now, if you look at what happened finally and you saw the funeral picture where Masood Azhar lamenting on the loss of 10 people and then wanting to also die, he was very close to being killed. He was very close. He possibly may have had the cat's 9 lives. So he's
You're
not
saying
been
that
there.
there was intelligence that he was present, or he was somewhere in the vicinity, or we were very close this time?
When we get intelligence, normally it is on these days he's there, at this time he's there. Precisely at that point in time, we couldn't have got that, whether he's there or not. But generally, these people are in that particular area because they have no other place to go. And you look at the timing that we chose, we didn't want a collateral damage. So we thought whoever is going to be in that headquarter or in that particular training establishment is obviously going to be associated with that ecosystem of terrorism. So we didn't want to kill civilians. We didn't even choose the time of the namaz. Otherwise, you imagine, if you actually look at it, these characters should have been there during namaz. We didn't. We didn't cross our Lakshman Rekha. And we have
Even
particular...
while dealing with the terrorists.
We have our values that we will not kill civilians, collateral damage, because then that defeats the basic cause. We've got to segregate between the terrorists and the civilians. But again, when you take your mind back to that picture, the terrorist is there, his family is there, and the military people are there. So what does it talk of? The kind of collaboration, the collusivity, whatever adjective we want to use, but that's exactly how it is. It's a part of the same ecosystem. So whether it's the military or whether it's the terrorist.
What was the response from Pakistan at that point in time? Because we are given to understand that 30 minutes thereafter, Pakistan was essentially informed that the strikes were carried out, and the strikes were basically aimed at terrorist infrastructure. What was the response thereafter from Pakistan?
Shravan, one thing for sure, whenever there is a conflict, there is a hotline between the DGMOs. Take your mind back to surgical strikes. Then also General Ranbir had informed that we've hit terrorist launch pads and we do not intend to escalate this anymore. We have followed the same line. Even this time, when we had finished what was our plan, we had achieved what we had wanted. And we informed them that, look, we've hit the terrorists and this is what it is. There was no response. The response was not on the hotline, but the response was when they took on our civilians along the line of control.
There was no response. What does that mean?
What it means is they have to get back to the chief.
Okay.
I'm not saying Prime Minister because they don't care a damn about their Prime Minister, but they had to get back. So there was no spontaneous response to that. What it implies is they were possibly also shocked as to what has happened. They were trying to assess whatever was the damage. I'm just presuming that this was the reason why there was no response. But the response came. The response came in a kinetic manner. So even if it was not spoken or it was not conveyed to us on hotline, but it came in the form of drone attacks, line of control getting activated, artillery onto our border villages, border villages in the sense Uri. You look at Punch, a Gurdwara hit, church hit. Why? What for? Jammu. You look at Amritsar. What were they trying to do? They were trying to give us a message that if you hit our terrorist camps, then the military will take on your civilians. You see the nexus here?
Right.
The response mechanism is not by, so it starts with a terrorist hitting our civilians. We hit the terrorist camps and the military responds on our civilians. You see the response?
Correct.
So it's not in words. It's in their unethical action, and that is exactly what was not acceptable to us. Then they tried this business of trying to fire missiles at our cities. Again, where? In some places, military headquarters, in some places, missile base, in some places, civilians.
Right.
And that is when the next phase started.
Before I go to the next phase, I still want to ask you this, because many would wonder whether we have really achieved all our goals, because there would have been some sort of a military goal that we have by striking the terrorist headquarters. We are talking about the headquarters of all the three tanzims. And now that there is enough time that has passed by, is there an assessment of the number of terrorists that have been killed, the big names that have been killed, and have we been able to incapacitate the very ability that these tanzims had to carry out cross-border terrorism?
The aim was not military aim, it was a national aim. What was the national aim? That we want to hit hard at the terrorist headquarter, where everything happens in terms of planning, in terms of financing, in terms of training. So you are hitting right at the mind and the stomach and everything possible, you hit that. Was this totally to eliminate terrorism? Can anyone ever eliminate terrorism in your neighboring country by hitting at the headquarters? No. But you did something whereby their belief that, we are invincible, that has got shattered. Amongst whom? Amongst all the people who are contributing to the cause of terrorism in the forms of funding or in the form of giving a human resource. Proudly mothers would give and tell that child that, okay, your shahadat is going to bring glory to my family, because nobody can do anything wrong to this particular tanzim. So the first thing you've done is shaken them up on that account. Now, did we plan to find these big leaders inside? I don't think that can ever happen. A single man is quite elusive. And you will continuously try for that. And it is not through this. You obviously can guess that you've heard those stories of unknown men. They've been after these people. This time we were not after these people as much as we were after the infrastructure and those symbols of greatness. So that the moment you have hit, there is a doubt in their mind that where would we be safe? We are not safe in our own headquarters. That's a very big thing that has been achieved. Now, whether we continue our efforts, obviously those men are still on the prowl looking for these guys. So how comfortable are you where you have to change your bed every day? How comfortable are you where you can't reveal your identity? How uncomfortable is the government trying to protect him all through? So you put them on a job which is keeping them busy all through.
So there is a structural difference than what used to be earlier, where they found safe havens right inside Pakistan. You are saying that today they are on the run.
They were on the run even before we hit, but for a different reason. That was because of the unknown men. But this time, not only these big names in their context, but even their followers are unsure whether if I'm in this particular place, God knows when a missile can land. And again a master stroke where you say that Op Sindoor is not over. That by itself brings in a lot of mysticism and a kind of a fear.
Still on?
Yes. When you say you've finished, or you say you suspended, or you put it in held in abeyance, the fear of the unknown will continue.
But what does it mean? When you say that the Operation Sindoor is still on, all of us are still trying to grapple with the fact that are we saying that any kind of operation, any allied operation can still continue? What does it really mean, sir?
See, when these instructions are given, who are affected? People like us, because we have to execute something. So we will always be at a high level of readiness. The people outside can keep speculating. if they speculate more, it is good. Because anything can happen, we can do anything, and it is for the adversary to keep thinking what happens next. This element of mysticism has to be there to keep him on his toes or to deter him as something where if he does something, what comes next, nobody knows. So what I mean by Op Sindoor continues is Op Sindoor continues. It's only a question of a pause. And that's exactly what the Raksha Mantri and the Prime Minister have also said. You try something, you'll get it.
Can I then ask you that after the successful hit, and let me also perhaps say this from my limited understanding, sir, that for all the military operations that we have covered so far, this by far sets an example, and the example is about our strategic vision. So there is no doubt about the fact that this is one of the, by far the best military operations that we have carried out. But let me ask you, after that, did you all go back chest thumping, thinking that okay, it's done, we have done a great job? What really happened? I want to understand, what did the men really talk about?
Shravan, one thing you must remember, that a military person plans everything with a cool, calm mind, executes it with a calm, cool mind, comes back, and there is no rejoicing as you see in Bollywood films, you know, throwing the glass here and jumping and nothing like that. You have done your job, you are calm, composed and waiting next. What should we be doing or what will he do? There is no chest thumping. And
you all knew that they're going to respond because there was no response.
We are always prepared, we are always thinking, our mind keeps ticking. That just because you finish doesn't mean that everything is over. Something or the other can happen. So your mind is continuously racing, and it is racing with possible contingencies, possible actions. So there's nothing like, okay, I finished my operation 9 to 5, 6 days a week and I'm going on a Sunday. It doesn't happen like that.
Right.
In fact, on the contrary, we are very careful. It's a religious day, it's a holiday. What exactly is going to happen, you don't know.
Can you take us to that moment that we've carried out the strikes, we have informed them, and then what happened?
Then we are getting ready again. You know, this information is just one small dot in the entire line. So you've informed him because you want to tell him that we've done with it. That doesn't mean that he's not going to respond. You've done what you had to do. Now you're ready again. You're getting ready that, okay, if he's doing something, I must respond. What is that something? You don't know. Is he going to activate the line of control? Is he going to conventionally attack you? Is he going to carry out a militant strike all over again? Is he going to do something with his aircraft? You don't know. All three services.
Plausible, something that you all preempted to a certain extent, because I'll come to that.
We had our entire plan ready for any possible contingency. There was nothing like only this will happen.
No, but what was the most, obviously it looked like you all knew something, because the fact that when you have a swarm of drone attacks taking place and at not one location, we are talking about the entire international border, we are talking about the LC.
So that
it was not possible that you were not expecting this. You were certainly expecting this.
Yeah, so out of all the contingencies, this was one. Getting swarm of drones, getting a missile attack, getting an air attack. Anything is possible, you know. So this happened, fine. So what was our response? We obviously put our air defense in the western sector on to getting these swarm drones out. And let me tell you here, people talk of missiles, people talk of other things. Nobody's talking of the ground level where L-70s and Zu-23 did a wonderful job. You know, the L-70s and Zu-23 are the oldest weapons that we have in our inventory. And we were wanting to discard it.
Our oldest inventory did the job, we didn't have to go for the S-400.
With a modification, you know, with a modification and a sense that what is the cost of a drone as a part of the swarm? Hardly anything. Now, what did we do? We used the ammunition, and what have we done with these two guns? We've given it a hydraulic attachment there. We've digitized the sight, and we've improved the ammunition where it can go into that swarm. And on that same system of 12 bore where a number of pellets go and they take a number of those drones down. So those AD gunners from the ground element have also done their job, as have the others. Everyone has done his job. I was speaking to one of the army commander and He told me, sir, our people have even brought down drones using the LMGs. So everyone is in it. Everyone, every single individual is in it. And they are doing what they are supposed to be doing. Nobody is waiting for orders. They are just doing what they are supposed to do.
Then happens the very next day, we talk about the AWACS being brought down of Pakistan, and perhaps what was seen as impenetrable, at least as far as their messaging, and particularly given the fact that this was provided by someone else to them. I want to now move to the very next day of what we basically achieved. Help us understand what was the goal and how far did we really go?
You mentioned about the AWACS. If you do a quick check from what CIPRI figures are, they have more AWACS than us. Very strange for a country which can't feed its people. But the entire budget seems to be going into this, and you can check, those figures are all available. And AWACS is a very potent platform. It's absolutely potent. If you can't get it down, be sure that they will have a coordinated capability to get at your aircraft, they will have a capability to get at your airfields. So getting an AWACS is, I think, a dream come true for the air chief, that he is able to get it down or to destroy it while in a hangar also. So I feel that if I can do a little more fast forward into that, of getting their aircrafts at their various airfields, that is also a dream come true for a air warrior. Getting them in the air means you could be at a disadvantage, but
Right.
you choose to hit them at a time with the might that you don't let them fly at all. They are all on the ground. Remember the 6-day war between Israel and the neighbors? That's the part. You are able to paralyze the entire Air Force while they are on the runways or whether they are
How
in
was
hangar.
that possible? Like how, because we were talking about after we have already carried this out, so they would have been in a much more prepared state of mind. How was this still carried out? Because that remains one of the most perplexing questions. Obviously, the very next day, a bigger thing has happened, so no one really focuses on the fact that the AWACS was taken down. But I want to ask, because as a military enthusiast, I would have wondered this question, that how did this happen?
Okay, if you think of it, we had always foreclosed our options at Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Did they ever think that conventionally we'll go beyond? Yes, there was an understanding now that...
But this time you have already done that.
Punjab.
Yeah.
Pakistan, Punjab. Did they ever think we'll go to Bolari? Did they ever think we'll go to Jacobabad? So what have we done? Look at Skardu. Skardu to Bolari. You spread them all through. And that is when you see, you look at that satellite imagery where Bolari, that missile has gone through the roof, and look at the damage that has been caused. I think when on the other side, there must have been a superiority complex as to Indians can't do anything, and Indians will always be limiting their choices of targets. So you cross that particular threshold of his thought process. That is cognitive domain, where you read his mind. When I'm saying you, I'm talking and complimenting the apex leadership to say that whatever was the fixation of the other side, that an Indian baniya dhoti wala will never cross this line. And you went and hit him all over, all across. And in how much time? That entire thing was shock and awe. No time given. You know, even before the pilot can go and start his aircraft, it's gone. You look at the hangar, you look at the runway, the kind of puncturing of the runway.
This was because one day before you had already carried out these.
Yeah.
So that had already perhaps neutralized a major threat.
No. See, one AWACS is not everything.
Enough, correct.
He's got nearly 7 AWACS, you know, and they are spread out. It's not that he keeps AWACS at one place.
Yeah.
He's got these airfields and the stations there, each one of them having a separate inventory. They have plans how to do it. Just like us, they would have had plans in Rajasthan or in Gujarat. So that's how the aircrafts are kept. So how do you succeed? You succeed by paralyzing the entire thing, by taking out the capabilities at the airfields, at the Air Force stations. You take out their radars. You take out their command and control. And then the fear that sets in because you've gone so close to Rawalpindi. You know, the Rawalpindi by itself is a GHQ.
Right.
If you're able to reach there, the nightmare of the Pakistani commander that they don't have strategic depth is what you've touched a raw nerve. All through Pakistanis have been talking about Afghanistan as their strategic depth, which hasn't worked since the time Taliban has come. So it has further got highlighted that the lack of width of this country
Right.
can be touched by the Indian side with so much of force that they perforce had to come on to the hotline to talk to the DGMO and say, we want to stop.
So, let me now ask you, because the extent of damage that was that happened, we're talking about their military air bases, and of course Skardu being destroyed to such an extent that they couldn't have carried out any of the operations as far as our northern part is concerned. I want to then perhaps also take it a little further, because there was a lot of talk happening that the nuclear sites were also being targeted. Was that true? Did we actually manage to at least come very close or somewhere close?
Okay, you remember what the DG Air Ops mentioned. In fact, a media person asked him that, did you target? And he said, you tell me. So obviously at the international level, are you going to say that you targeted? Obviously you didn't target. It got hit, and it put a lot of fear and apprehension in the mind of the people there as to what is
Was
the
that the turning point?
Possibly, yes. Possibly, yes.
The very fact that they got nervous that we have come that
Many
close?
things, not only one. In exactly that half night that you think of, if you reached Noor Khan Air Base, what is it?
Where were we going further? Because I understand that's when all the calls were essentially being made by the Pakistanis ki ab band karo.
So if you've hit very valuable targets, so you've chosen your targets well.
Right.
If you hit them so hard that they've got to reach out to you, so you've done your delivery of your arsenal very well. So I think that by itself, what did you hit? How quickly did you hit them? How hard you hit them?
What I meant to ask, were we stopping there? Had Pakistan not dialed United States of America, then would India have stopped?
No.
So we had something up our sleeves.
So, see, every escalation ladder, we were always on top, no? So I'm not talking about their dialing. They are free to dial anybody in this world.
So we had something more in plan.
Yeah,
we
so
were going to go
when
ahead.
they reached out to us and they said, enough. So we said, okay, if you've learned a lesson, that's all right.
I want to ask you this because all of us somewhere down the line thought that there is something more to the Operation Sindoor. There was something, as all of this is part of the plan, AWACS getting destroyed. The very next day you have military bases that were targeted, which no one ever thought that would have gone to such an extent. What was the next step? What were we really going ahead at?
Okay, if you're trying to say, because a lot of media started saying that POJK should have been done, they should have, no, listen. When we started, we were looking only at the terrorist ecosystem. So that was how we were going to do it. Getting POJK or getting a part of Pakistan, it's a deliberate operation. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of preparation. Take your mind back to 1971. It was around the same time that Indira Gandhi had told then General Manekshaw, later Field Marshal Manekshaw. And what did he say? He said, you need time, And this was not our action, it was our reaction. So there is a difference between a deliberately planned military campaign and a response. So this was a response. This was not a deliberately planned military campaign. If that happens, you need a lot of time to prepare.
If they wouldn't have called us then, after we had targeted the military bases, would we still have continued?
See, continued in which manner? In the sense, if he had hit at us again, we would have hit him back again harder than this.
And we were prepared for something bigger than that.
Yes, obviously. See, you've got to subdue him. Okay, you go through this term of, or 3 terms of conflict initiation, conflict management and conflict termination. Every time you get into this kind of business, serious business, and you initiated conflict because you were reacting. So the choice was with us. When, where, how. And then you were managing that every time he was crossing the escalatory ladder, you were going higher. And you always have an exit strategy. You can't go on to a conflict and keep fighting till your tongue is hanging out. You always have an honorable exit strategy where you're on top. So you see at every place when we were telling him, and we were giving him an offer that we can stop if you want, which he didn't accept. The final acceptance was from his side. But at every stage there was an exit strategy for him, for us also. You know, you can't get into a conflict and then at the end of it you don't know why you stopped it or what it is. So you're not wanting to go for an all-out war, but you are wanting to teach him a lesson, which you did.
Immediately thereafter, the narrative was this, that there was a third-party intervention, that is the United States of America. The call that went to Marco Rubio from the Pakistani side. I want to understand, in the war room and obviously in the government at that point in time, what was really going on? Did we really accept any sort of calls or any sort of intervention from the United States of America?
No, nothing. Absolutely very clear. It was the DGMO from the Pakistan side, and that is what we were looking at. Nothing beyond that, no third party, nothing.
But can you really trust the Pakistani side here? Because many would say that they are buying time. They are buying time so that they can respond once again. They are buying time so that they can irritate us further. Can you really trust the Pakistanis?
We never trust Pakistanis, we never trust Chinese also. You know, it is foolhardy to trust your enemy who has never kept his promises. Even if you had continued, his behavior would not have changed. You know, you actually are saddled with a very terrible neighborhood where you have unreliable people staying next to you. So this part...
Did the Chinese help the Pakistanis this time?
Inventory. Inventory in the sense about 85% of their inventory is all Chinese. Their ammunition is all Chinese. So what do you call it?
But was there a time when the Chinese wanted this to flare up even further? Is there any indication that we have got that the Chinese wanted us to be engaged in this?
No, I won't call it an indication, but my intuition, and which would obviously be a bulk of the citizens, who is interested and who is a beneficiary of a conflict in which India gets entangled? If we have a Prime Minister with a vision who says Viksit Bharat 2047, who's interested in retarding that? Who's interested in putting us in a quagmire where that 2047 never happens? Obviously, there is somebody in the neighborhood and extended neighborhood who doesn't want India to become powerful. So, when you identify your adversary, you have to be very clear who's your adversary, whether it is only a country which has fought wars with you, or it is also somebody who has not fought a war but wants to keep you way down in the economic ladder. Our constant climb in the economic ladder puts people at unease. Why? If you don't buy the war waging material from somebody, their economy gets impacted. There are countries which make huge amount of profit for their GDP and which comes from the war waging industry, right? From the defense industrial complex. And if you don't get stuck in this war, it doesn't help them. So there are many countries which want you to get stuck. That is about the getting stuck in the long run. But the point that you made about somebody not wanting the war to continue is also to cover up certain economic factors. Let us say there is a country A which is providing a fighter aircraft or whatever, and you happen to damage that. What happens to the reputation of their aviation industry? What happens to the stock market? What happens to the future, say, buyers of that? They'll say, no, let's look at somebody else. So it's not only the two militaries in the kinetic conflict. Beyond the kinetic conflict envelope, there is somebody else also getting very worried, sleepless nights, that if this becomes public, that, you know, this kind of aircraft has been hit, and there are stories which come out, then obviously the economic angle is important.
So, because there was a lot of talk, because you're talking about that very moment when there was this entire fight, that who lost more aircraft, and that is essentially resulting in the stock prices too. Was the Chinese also part of the disinformation campaign?
Yes. You use the right term, disinformation. A lot of people are confusing misinformation and disinformation. When it is a deliberate campaign, it is a disinformation campaign, and Chinese were very much a part of that. And why would they not be? You ask a counter question. Why would they not be? Weren't they supporting the Pakistanis all through? They were. Who was handling all this propaganda? ISPR. ISPR gets the kind of help from where? From China, right? And these are the two identified adversaries we have. So we should not have any doubt in that. Our doubt normally should come from the potential adversaries who are playing a role without being identified.
Who are they?
So that is where the strategic culture of a country is important. That somebody who's coming and giving a bear hug to the Prime Minister, but is playing against the future of our country, not letting it climb on the economic ladder, should also be viewed with suspicion. Countries which are transactional, and Op Sindoor has brought in one more advantage. It has revealed the faces of people externally and internally of those who may not have the same convergence of views on our national agenda.
Are you hinting at the United States of America?
You can take it that way.
Because there is an interest that the United States of America has.
Many countries would have. Many countries are not happy, whether they are in Europe or whether they are far west, that why should India be coming up the economic ladder?
So you're saying Operation Sindoor has also thrown up potential adversaries that we need to identify?
They've not thrown up, they've identified. They have unveiled the agenda which otherwise will never come out. This is exactly that cyber war. Unknown, faceless, without a boundary, but continuously keep gnawing at you, keep troubling you. But when this happens and their identity gets revealed, it is that much more good for our country and for our strategic thinking.
We talk about the disinformation of the Chinese, but has India also lost the narrative, particularly after the Chief of Defence Staff made a comment about the loss of aircraft, which was very well put by the DG. And as far as loss of aircrafts are concerned, in a combat, it is but obvious. But what we said or what we mentioned for the global community to consume, we've played it into the Pakistani narrative. Is that the case?
Shravan, look at this. There is a national goal about terrorism that you want to hit at the heart of the terrorism. There's a military goal. There's a military goal to achieve something. When we plan any military operation or campaign, what do we say? End goal has to be achieved. During this entire planning, do we plan that, oh, if we lose 5 men, we are not going? Do we do that ever? Is it realistic? All those people who talk like this have never served in the military and have no idea about how missions are accomplished. Has anyone asked us, why did you capture Tololing when you were losing people? Did anyone tell us, Tiger Hill, oh, you should have stopped, poor soldiers were getting killed? Did anyone ask us that? Has anyone asked us that in 1965, what we won, why did we stop? The military did not stop. Somebody else stopped you, right? You don't stop your mission because you're losing people. You don't stop your mission because you're losing resources. For a military man, whether he loses his life or what he loses, the end goal for which he's laying down his life. And all those skeptics who are questioning this should firstly question themselves as to, do they know anything on how missions are accomplished at the cost of losing your life? Where else in which profession do you find anybody who's sticking out his neck, who's putting everything of himself and his family at stake to get a national goal accomplished? So anyone who's trying to say that, oh, we lost a Rafale or we lost an aircraft, so we should have stopped. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense and amateurish.
But it's about the fact that we never spoke about the loss of aircraft in the past. Why is it that we need to talk about it now?
See, he's a CDS. He knows where to talk, how much to talk, how to talk. That's not the question. The question is of the skeptics within the country who are questioning. The first question was, why didn't we tell? Okay. We are a country which is a civilizational state. We have ancient wisdom. I think everyone should have read Chanakya Niti. If we haven't read, look at UK, USA, they are teaching. You know, the previous defense attaché here from UK, he did a PhD in Chanakya Niti and Kautilya. We haven't. They teach them there. What is one part of the 17 chapters? It says information has to be guarded. It says that very clearly. If that information is going to help the enemy, you should just not let it go. You are in a way handing him over a weapon to kill you. So if we don't reveal when the operation is on, at some stage it will come out in some form. So what did the CDS say? He said, okay, what is it about the loss of resources? We looked at why did we, and then we corrected and went full pelt. So in this entire thing, what we should be asking the skeptics is, your questioning, is it helping us or is it helping the enemy? And should we cross a line or should we lay down a Lakshman Rekha?
He also makes a mention of a tactical mistake that we learnt. There was a remedy to it and they've moved on. What did he really mean? What is this tactical mistake?
When we go into war, you know, one saying is, when you go to war, your main plan is just going out of the window because nothing goes as per the plan. What does it mean? It means we have to make plans to do something which we had not initially planned as the main plan. So you have an alternate plan, you have a contingency plan, you have a support plan. There are so many things. In war, such things are detected and immediately rectified. This is exactly what he said.
But is there any clarity as to what did we rectify?
Okay, if there is a clarity, how does it help anyone else except the people who are in the battle there? If this information is of no value to others, why would it be given or shared with anyone? I'll give you an example. Let us say I am fighting for an objective. I made a mistake in some way, or some of my subordinates made a mistake. I corrected it. When I come back, people who are not involved with this, not helping me or not doing anything, they want to know. Why? My question very naturally as a military officer is, why do you want to know?
So there is nothing wrong in what you see, what the CDS has said to the public and to the global community.
See, basically he has given out what happened actually, okay? And in that, when he has said whatever he has said, but thereafter to start asking and say, what did he mean? Okay. Let us say we tell you what he meant. Will you help us? Any one of these people, will they have anything to help us? No, it's our problem.
Right.
We have to handle our problems ourselves. And we now as a nation have to grow to a level and look at those countries which have been perpetually at war because of existential threats. Their citizens know exactly what to do. Their citizens know what to ask. Their citizens know what not to ask and what not to spread. I think that is a bigger part of the strategic culture of a country where the entire population has to be aligned to national interest.
I want to go back to the objectives of it and what we have achieved. The nuclear threshold that we really talk about, and this has largely been also discussed in the Shanghai Cooperation also. Do you believe that has been reduced or there is a new military doctrine altogether? And if there is a new military doctrine, what is that new military doctrine that we're talking about vis-a-vis the nuclear aspect?
Okay, take your mind back to 99. Okay, what did the government then tell us? Look, you will not cross the LC. Even if people are getting killed, yes, we abide by that because that's a government diktat. You will not change the area of operations. We could have had many other places where we could have really arm twisted them, but obviously the government and supremacy of the civil leadership is what the Indian military also accepts. So we continued fighting despite terrain friction, despite the kind of military action in which we lost people, but we didn't. Why? Because there was possibly an apprehension of the nuclear threshold. Okay, one. Second, of Parakram. Take your mind back to that. 1 year plus we were on the border, and what is it that was being spoken of? Strategic restraint. Again, not wanting to get into that quagmire of a nuclear war. Okay? Look at the maturity that has crept in now. People said, you know, if we cross the LC also, he will use a tactical nuclear weapon. You did that with surgical strikes. No tactical nuclear weapon came on you. People said, oh, if you go across and get into Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, he may treat it and give it back to you as a tactical nuclear weapon. He's got it ready close to so-and-so place. Nothing happened. Now you are testing him again, where you said, I will not give him a chance. I will get so deep and I will get so fiercely at him. And when the Prime Minister comes out and says, we've called the nuclear bluff, and he says, terrorism is to be responded in this manner and there will be no talks except POJK. What does it mean? You have laid down for yourself a kind of the roadmap as to how you will do it. Now, if you call it a doctrinal shift or you call it your political thinking which has matured to a level, because finally it is the political and military leadership which have to converge in their thought process and action. I think there's a lot of clarity on that now.
Since you have been part of the security apparatus for this long, sir, let me then also perhaps ask you this, liberty to ask you this, that are we in a position at some point in time to perhaps get back what is ours? That is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Do you believe that yes, it is within our sight, within an achievable period?
When you look at any action that has to be done by India, Republic of India, there are many arms of the government which do it. Okay? You look at what Honorable Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has said. He said, "Oh, हमारे पास अपने आप आएंगे." You have to understand what we are trying to do. And वो अपने पास हमारे पास आएंगे, why? There are many reasons for it. You know, the people in Srinagar or Uri or Baramulla or Kupwara, what is the kind of life they are leading? What is the kind of life that people in Muzaffarabad or Lipa Valley, what kind of life are they leading? What is the standard of living? What is the buying power of their rupee? And you go to see the podcasts which come from or YouTube videos which come from Pakistan. They themselves compare the price of rice, the price of electricity. What is happening there? You know, if they are willingly wanting to do something, is it not music to your ears? And see, the military hammer is not the first option. But if there be a need, who can ever stop us from doing that? But the point here is, the political leadership has said that they obviously have their input, they obviously have knowledge of many things which are happening on the other side. There are intelligence agencies, there are diplomats, there are people who are in touch with many people. And if Rajnath ji says, वो अपने पास हमारे आएंगे, अपने पास आएंगे हमारे पास, तो what does it mean? So, if a nation is able to get those people on their own to do something, why would you not want to do that?
One final question, General Saab, that is with regards to how does the nation really come together? Today we are seeing that after Operation Sindoor, even the opposition parties had to come together and they've gone outside talking about the way the country has come together. As a military man, you have seen many wars, you have seen many conflicts coming up and going. What is it that still needs to be changed? What is it that we as a country still need to do for the army?
You know, Shravan, I am one of those lucky people of a generation. As a child, I saw 62, I saw 65. At that time, my father was posted in Delhi. He was in the post and telegraph, not in the military. We were staying in Lajpat Nagar. A lot of people will get shocked if I tell you that during that time, the civil defense was so good. Lal Bahadur Shastri used to talk to the nation on All India Radio. Blackout drills, blackout everything. You know, scooter, their headlight, half of it, the top portion used to be covered with black. Why? We derived and devised ways and means of keeping our cities safe. And that we were doing when there were no satellites. That we were doing when the missile threat was not as severe. What my point here is, the nation has to come together to realize that the threat has not gone away. The technology has made the reach so deep and penetrable that no city can say that they are safe because they are not on the border. That is one. Secondly, whole of nation approach, whether it's the state government or the central government, learn from what we are seeing from countries which are at war, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, whether it's Israel. You know, they value their human resource. There's no point in getting your civilians killed. Even if they are on the border or not on the border, can we do something better? Can we have implementation of a policy where every house must have a shelter down below?
Right.
You know, when I was on the line of control, I remember how the villages used to suffer, because if we gave punishment to the Pakistan army, they immediately used to punish our villages. There's a village called Churunda that's next to Uri. Imagine the barbarity of these people. They just used to target Churunda. What for? So that is the neighbor you have. So that's what we must learn to prepare. And when we say prepare, we have to get together, at least in our thoughts, and a lot of things will fall in place. And we must look at the threats which are growing inside also. We must identify that and we must work against that also.
Well, thank you very much, General Khanduri, for joining us on this broadcast and putting a lot of things into perspective, because this, at a time that we are not only fighting forces from outside, we are also fighting forces from within. And that perhaps sends across a very strong message. Thank you very much for joining us.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
मेरी नई हुंडे एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल? सिंगराने बोलतो
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं भारत माता की.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Kajuria. Our top focus remains on the tragic stampede that took place in Karnataka a few days back. But first up, let's get you the headlines. Trouble mounts for Virat Kohli. Bengaluru activist files complaint against Virat Kohli. RCB says followed the government orders. Canadian Prime Minister hails India-Canada partnership Prime Minister says India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborating economic growth. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a bounty of 45 lakh on his head, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. Reports say Elon Musk's satellite internet firm Starlink has secured a vital license from the Telecom Ministry, marking a significant step towards beginning commercial operations in the country. 10 months after taking over, Bangladesh interim head Mohammad Yunus will be holding elections in April 2026. These will be the first elections in Bangladesh since the mass uprising overthrew Hasina's government last year. Let's start the show with the news that is coming in from Bangladesh. Bangladeshi interim chief Mohammad Yunus has announced elections in the country in April 2026. He has also said that the country's election commission will provide a roadmap for the next year's poll in the coming months, rejecting the demand for the early elections. Now, the poll will be the first in Bangladesh since the ouster of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in a mass uprising that took place in August 2024. The timing of the general election in Bangladesh has been a point of debate between Yunus and the opposition parties there. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party, that is BNP, of former Prime Minister Khaleda Zia, who has been demanding, in fact, the poll process be completed by December this year. Let me go across to political analyst Prashant Kumar, who joins us from Dhaka. Sir, I want to ask you that there have been demands that have been coming in the last few months that the elections should be held in this year only by December 2025. Now, Mohammad Yunus has said that the elections will take place in April 2026. How are the political parties in Bangladesh taking this news?
Know that from election is the 2026 in April. Our Professor Dr. Mohammad Yunus announced yesterday. It's a significant term in this the moment. You know that the BNP demand, the big parties still now in Bangladesh, Bangladesh Nationalist Party, they demand the election must be held in December. But other parties, you know that the Jamaat, they have been already urged in March to April, and the newly reformed party, that is NCP, National Citizen Party, they demand that is after reform, after the justice, then you can go to an election. So election is non-mandatory at all. In the significant, you know that the present time from the present political situation in Bangladesh, so much volatile in the sense, you know that there's a lot of pressure for the election. So people want to know when election date and when the election. So the people haven't very much question. So Dr. Mohammad Yunus, very technically they can announce from when the election date. But you know when you can just don't maintain the level playing scenario. If you don't maintain the level playing scenario, you don't give the free elections in this tenure. So that is this is the one out of the court. And you know that the student party, they want to see reformations, and they have the justice. You know that there is some happening from the list. 5th August, the out-state Prime Minister former Sheikh Hasina is now in India. So that's so lots of cases. There is so much killing is there. They have demand. So they have to want to that kind of happenings, justifications, and also that kind of happenings from pure justice. So I think from my observation here, this date is very crucial for the people still now, because there is some political unbalanced situation here, some distrust and mistrust here in the political party. They don't trust any other from the government to BMP and the Jamaat and also the Nationalist Party. So I think it's a one kind of new hope for the people. They have to just targeting. They have already, because the government not when they are from their reform, they have not announced where the election. They can several times they can mention the election will be held in December to June, but they have not a clear indication for the roadmap. But yesterday, Professor Yunus, they can mention that there is an actual roadmap will be announced from the National Election Commission. So I think it's a very crucial for the from the Bangladesh, because there is some volatile situation is there, the political distrust is there, some scenarios here. But the next 10 or 11 months, what is happening? Because this in Bangladesh, if you're doing in voting, it's a very so much rival condition here. The political parties are very attacking one and another. There is some hostile is there. So that's a very hostile situation is there from after the election campaign. So I think it's a very we see that after
absolutely, sir. And in the last few weeks also, we've been witnessing a lot of protests by the student organization, by several parties demanding that elections should be held as soon as possible by December 2025. Do you think these protests that he also called as coup against him led to this decision making?
You know that actually some pressure is there from you know that the pressure is there from the Professor Dr. Mohammad Yunus. Because some pressure from the BNP. I already mentioned that some pressure from the national newly reformed parties, from the national citizen parties, because the demand from first of all you have to target the justice, and first of all you have to target the reform. You know that there is some a reform campaign in Bangladesh. Basically our constitutions from the government organization and non-government functional organization. So there is some demand is here. But the newly reformed party and CP, they have demand from the reformations, they have demand from the justice. And you know that the reformation is a very universal process. It is a longitudinal process, not a very short time process. But you know the ultimate, what is the ultimate stability from the government? It's a very main important from your election. Election is the main priority. If you maintain the democracy, if you maintain the fair and integrity things in the happening in Bangladesh.
So in April 2026, in fact, the elections will take place in Bangladesh. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus to Karnataka, in fact, we have breaking news coming in. Another letter confirms that Karnataka government had approved the event at Vidhan Sauda that took place, in fact, on June 4th. Karnataka government had sent an official letter to KSCA, that is the Cricket Association officials, with strict conditions, including a 15 lakh refundable security deposit if rents or structures were erected at the venue. Now, as per the letter, the approval was granted by the Department of Personal and Administrative Reforms to the Karnataka State Cricket Association based on a request from the association and a clearance that was issued by the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Vidhan Sauda Security. So this is the breaking news that we are getting as far as the Stampede case is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Abhishek, now what we are learning is that the Karnataka government had sent an official letter to the Cricket Association, in fact, with a strict condition. Tell us more about this letter that we have accessed.
Well, Akanksha, I will have to go back to a small timeline. June 3rd is the date when the Karnataka State Cricket Association wrote a letter to the DPAR of the Vidhan Sauda seeking the permission to conduct a grand event on the grand steps of Vidhan Sauda to celebrate the victory of IPL 2025 winners RCB. After which the event had happened even before the KSCA received the official confirmation or the permission, because the DCM and the CM of Karnataka very much announced in the public stating that they will be felicitating the winners of IPL 2025 on the grand steps of Vidhan Sauda. This happened on June 4th, and after which, after a couple of minutes after the event which got over here, Chinnaswamy Stadium, we could see people who lost, innocent people who lost their lives in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium because of the stampede that occurred on June 4th. After which, coming back to the timeline, June 5th is the day when the DPAR department of the Vidhan Sabha, the Karnataka state government, replies to the Karnataka State Cricket Association that they have been allowed with the permission by putting in 19 clauses which the KSCA had to take care of. So the point is the DPAR of the Karnataka state government will obviously have a mannered or a consolidated list of rules and regulations which they have to probably provide to the seekers of the permission. So why wasn't this done on the night of the June 3rd itself? Why wasn't this done on the date of event at least? Why was this letter given on June 5th? It clearly means the government wanted to reply to the Karnataka State Cricket Association stating that they had made arrangements, they had accepted the event. However, the date is the actual cause of problem now. The High Court has, which already has taken the so much cognizance of the Stampede event, will also consider the request letter was written on June 3rd, the reply letter was given on June 5th, the Stampede happened on June 4th. What is the point of giving out the permission after the Stampede had occurred? This might be one of the major points which will obviously change the course of this incident, whatever has happened a couple of days ago. And yes, the negligence of the Karnataka state government and the administrative section of the Karnataka state government is very clearly and evidently seen because of the delayed report. And this is also one of the reasons as to why the Stampede occurred. This will also be accountable in the name of Karnataka state government. Akanksha.
Well, absolutely. This clearly goes on to say, in fact, show us that Karnataka government was aware about this and it gave a go-ahead to this celebration that took place there. Now, the devastating stampede in Bengaluru has left the city mourning. An FIR has been registered against RCB, the event management company DNA, and the Karnataka State Cricket Association, that is KSCA, for the negligence in this case. Here's more on this report.
It was supposed to be a celebration, a historic win. But what unfolded outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th was nothing short of a tragedy. 11 lives lost, dozens injured, and yet the question remains, who is responsible? Despite clear warnings and prior information, no coherent crowd control plan was in place. Videos flooded social media. Heart-wrenching visuals of people gasping for breath, crushed in a sea of chaos. A celebration spiraled into a stampede of death and disorder. And now, in the eye of the storm, former Indian captain Virat Kohli. A complaint has been filed against him by senior social activist Venkatesh at the Cubbon Park Police Station. The police have acknowledged the letter and confirmed that an FIR has already been filed in connection to the stampede. The Event Management Agency and the Karnataka State Cricket Association. RCB has in fact gone ahead to claim that it followed the state orders. KSCA, meanwhile, has washed its hands off the incident and rushed to the High Court seeking a quashing of the FIR. In a rare admission, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah confessed they were not anticipating the crowd. A chilling understatement for a disaster that took 11 lives. Top police officials, including Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayananda, have been suspended. A judicial commission has been appointed, but the families of the dead are not looking for commissions. They are demanding justice. What was the role of RCB's management? Why was there no public communication about the event? And how did marketing head Nikhil, already under arrest, greenlight a mass event without securing basic safety clearances? The world saw RCB lift a trophy, but behind the glitz and glamour, a city mourns. This is not just about cricket. It is about accountability, it is about negligence, and the price paid when system fails. The big question remains, who will answer for June 4th.
Shifting our focus, we have breaking news coming in after Canadian Prime Minister invited Prime Minister Modi to G7 summit in Canada. BJP has now slammed the Congress party, saying that this is a big embarrassment for the Congress party. It goes on to say that Congress party mocked India's foreign policy, and the Prime Minister, also External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar, not receiving invite for G7 summit, but now India has been invited. So this is a big attack that is coming from the Bharatiya Janata Party. So, in fact, this is a big attack that is coming from the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP has slammed the Congress party, saying that it is very embarrassing for them, in fact, for the Congress party, that now they have been left red-faced as Prime Minister Modi has been invited for the G7 summit that will take place in Canada. Have a look at what BJP leader said.
कांग्रेस के पूरे इकोसिस्टम में आज मातम का माहौल है, क्योंकि जो लगातार 2-3 दिन से नैरेटिव बनाया जा रहा था कांग्रेस के जयराम रमेश, सुप्रिया शिने जैसे नेताओं के द्वारा कि भारत को G7 में इनविटेशन नहीं मिला है। सुप्रिया शिने ने कहा कि क्योंकि इनविटेशन नहीं आया है, ये विदेश नीति की विफलता है। जयराम रमेश ने विश्व गुरु पर तंज कसते हुए कहा, देखिए इनवाइट नहीं आया। लेजर आंखें जयशंकर जी की काम नहीं कर रही, ये सुप्रिया शिने ने कहा। पर आज जो इकोसिस्टम में झटका लगा है, जब भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने बताया, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बताया कि उनको कनाडा के प्रधानमंत्री का कॉल आया और उन्हें इनवाइट भी किया गया है G7 के लिए। अब सवाल ये बनता है कांग्रेस पार्टी से कि मोदी विरोध में उतरते उतरते भारत के विरोध में क्यों उतरते हैं आप?
Now shifting our focus to Pakistan, another breaking news coming in. US congressmen have urged former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto's delegation to eliminate terrorism in Pakistan and take steps against Jaish-e-Mohammed there. Now meeting a Pakistani delegation led by former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in Washington, US, congressmen said that Pakistan should in fact do all it can to eliminate this vile group and combat terrorism in the region, and an attack in fact on Pakistan as far as terrorism is concerned. In fact, this is a statement that has come from a US congressman when the delegation of the Pakistani delegation, in fact, led by former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto, they arrived in the United States. The congressman said that Pakistan should do all it can to eliminate this vile group and alluding to terrorists and combat terrorism in the region. This is a statement that has been given by the United States congressman as far as the terrorism in Pakistan is concerned. So clearly, Pakistan is being exposed globally. Well, a strong statement that has come from the congressman there when the delegation led by, in fact, this former foreign minister, they arrived in Pakistan. This is what they had to hear. So clearly, Pakistan is being exposed globally, also in the United States as well. Well, a major banking fraud has surfaced in Kota in Rajasthan. Sakshi Gupta, a former relationship manager at ICICI Bank, Sri Ram, in fact, a branch has been arrested for embezzling over 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Watch this report.
A significant financial fraud has surfaced at ICICI Bank's Sri Ramnagar branch in Rajasthan's Kota. Sakshi Gupta, a 26-year-old relationship manager, has been arrested for allegedly embezzling over rupees 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Gupta reportedly manipulated the banker's user FD system to prematurely break fixed deposits without customer consent. She altered registered mobile numbers, replacing them with those of her relatives to intercept OTPs and transaction alerts. The misappropriated funds were invested in stock market, resulting in substantial losses. The fraud came to light when a customer inquired about a missing fixed deposit, prompting an internal audit and subsequent police complaint. Gupta was arrested by the police on May 31st and is currently in judicial custody. ICICI Bank has filed an FIR and assured that genuine claims of affected customers have been settled.
हमारी बैंक में रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर साक्षी गुप्ता पत्नी शरद गुप्ता निवासी 1-15 विज्ञानगर कोटा की थी, जिसने ग्राहकों के 40 ग्राहकों के 110 खातों से ओडी अकाउंट खोलकर एफडी पर लोन लेकर ग्राहकों के खातों में स्वयं के परिवारजनों के मोबाइल नंबर ऐड कर ग्राहकों से 4,58,82,663 रुपए का गमन किया।
The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight of mechanisms. The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight mechanisms.
Well, shifting our focus in a major crackdown on the Red Terror, another Maoist terrorist identified as Bhaskar was neutralized by the security forces in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur on Friday. This comes just a day after top Maoist terrorist Sudhakar was gunned down in the same district. The action is part of intensified anti-Maoist operation that is underway in this region. And meanwhile, in Maharashtra as well, a dozen of Maoists collectively, in fact, carrying a bounty of over 1 crore rupees have surrendered before the police. Here's the full report.
A massive crackdown on Maoists continues in Chhattisgarh. Security forces neutralized a wanted Maoist, Bhaskar, in Bijapur on Friday. He was reportedly carrying a bounty of Rs 45 lakh. An AK-47 rifle, explosives and other arms were recovered from the site. This encounter comes just a day after security forces gunned down top Maoist commander Sudhakar in the same district. Similar recoveries were made from Sudhakar encounter site, AK-47s, arms and explosives. These back-to-back encounters are part of an intensified operation launched on Wednesday, involving the State Police's Special Task Force, District Reserve Guard and CRPF's elite Cobra unit. Meanwhile, in a major breakthrough in Maharashtra, 12 Maoists surrendered before the security forces in Gadchiroli. Together, they carried a total reward of over Rs 1 crore. The surrender coincided with the visit of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis and comes as a morale booster for Operation Black Forest.
ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इस प्रकार का आत्मसमर्पण यहाँ पर मेरे सामने हुआ है। करीब 12 ऐसे माओवादियों ने यहाँ पर आत्मसमर्पण किया है जिन पर 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा इनाम रखा हुआ था। पहली बार शस्त्रास्त्रों के साथ भी आत्मसमर्पण हुआ है और एक प्रकार से इस आत्मसमर्पण ने ये बता दिया है कि माओवाद की कमर टूटी है।
In a separate development from Telangana, 8 members of the banned CPI laid down arms before Mulugu police on May 31st. These developments come amid Union Home Minister Amit Shah's assertion that Maoism will be eliminated from India by March 2026. With back-to-back encounters and an intensified counter-insurgency push, India's war against Red Terror is entering its final chapter.
a very short break. On the other side, top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a bounty of 45 lakh on his head, has been killed in an encounter with the security forces in Indravati National Park of Bijapur in Chhattisgarh. We'll also tell you, in fact, about another story that we're tracking. Canadian Prime Minister has hailed India-Canada partnership. He has said India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborating economic growth. We'll track these two stories for you. Stay with us. Keep watching Republic TV.
मैंने जब कहा कि मैं विंबलडन जीत के आऊँगा, मैं ओलंपिक मेडल जीत के आऊँगा, लोग पूछते थे, क्लास टीचर पूछते थे स्कूल में, औकात क्या है? पहला विंबलडन पहुँच के दिखा. And I felt that sometimes winning is not about talent. It is about औकात दिखाने का है.
औकात दिखाना.
और क्या?
You took it as a challenge.
As a challenge.
You were angry.
100%.
Wow.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Eli.
Well, trouble mounts for Virat Kohli. Bengaluru activist has filed a complaint against Virat Kohli. RCB says followed the government orders. Canadian Prime Minister has hailed India-Canada partnership. Carney says that India is a major strategic partner and a key for collaborative economic growth. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a bounty of 45 lakh on his head, has been killed in an encounter with the security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. Reports say Elon Musk's satellite internet firm Starlink has secured a vital license from the Telecom Ministry, marking a significant step towards beginning commercial operations in the country. 10 months after taking over, Bangladesh interim head Mohammad Yunus will be holding elections in April 2026. These will be the first elections in Bangladesh since the mass uprising overthrew Hasina's government last year. Well, we have breaking news coming in from Pakistan. As per the sources, desperate Pakistan wrote 4 letters to India pleading reinstatement of the Indus Water Treaty. The 4 letters requesting India to reinstate the IWT were sent by Pakistan's Ministry of Water Resources Secretary Syed Ali Murtaza to Jal Shakti Ministry, after which it forwarded them to the External Affairs Ministry. So these are the 4 letters that have been sent as far as the Indo-Water Treaty is concerned. 4 letters that have been written by Pakistan requesting India to reinstate the IWT, which was sent by Pakistan's Ministry of Water Resources Secretary to the Jal Shakti Ministry back in India. So clearly it appears that Pakistan is desperate and it wants the reinstatement of the Indus Water Treaty. The 4 letters requesting India to reinstate the IWT was sent by Pakistan's Ministry of Water Resources Secretary to the Jal Shakti Minister, and this is what the sources are hinting at. They are suggesting that Pakistan has written 4 letters and they want in fact the reinstatement of the IWT, that is the Indus Water Treaty that remains in abeyance as of now, especially after the Pahalgam, in fact, the terror attack that took place. 4 letters have now been sent by Pakistan. Well, shifting focus back to India, we have a breaking news coming in. Bengal police has filed charge sheet against 13 in a father-son double murder case in Zaradabad is what we are learning. Zaradabad violence in April this year. Police has named 13 in the charge sheet as far as the Murshidabad, in fact, the violence is concerned. Charge sheet has been filed again in father and son murder case, and this charge sheet names 13 people as far as the Murshidabad violence is concerned. Remember, father-son duo were hacked to death during the Murshidabad violence, and now the police has named 13 people as far as those accused of the murder in this charge sheet that has now been filed in the court in the double murder case during the violence that took place in April this year. Let me go across to Shivangi, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Shivangi, so the violence took place in West Bengal in April 2025. Now, what we are learning in the double murder case of father and son, a charge sheet has been filed against 13 people. Give us more details about this charge sheet.
That is right. Akansha, you know, we are tracking the story so closely right now, and it has taken so many twists and turns. The Murshidabad violence has also gone all the way to the Calcutta High Court. But speaking about this specifically, this is the Bengal police filing a charge sheet against 13 in the father-son murder case. Remember that giving context, this is the Murshidabad violence case protest over the Waqf Amendment Act. We saw there was a lot of violence in West Bengal. Many people got injured, some people lost their lives, and we saw hundreds and hundreds of people had to flee their homes and go to refugee camps during the Murshidabad violence. And those pictures are running on our screens. The Calcutta High Court has fact-finding report had also said the police did not respond, and the TMC leader was present during violence. And the BJP said that Mamata Banerjee was saving and keeping the rioters safe. So this is the same case right now. This is the murders of Hara Gobindo Das and his son Chandan Das took place on April 11th. And this left at least 3 people dead. These protests and many injured. Besides, a lot of people had to flee. So now we see that the case is becoming tighter and tighter. Charge sheets are being filed. The BJP is making the TMC government accountable because the fact-finding report does say that there were a lot of lapses, and the TMC leader was present as well when these violence and violent protests had hit West Bengal. This is an evolving story right now, Akansha. I'm handing it back to you.
Absolutely. So hundreds of people have been arrested as far as this case is concerned. Now what we're learning is that a charge sheet has been filed. Thank you, Shivangi, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus to Karnataka. The Stampede in Bengaluru has left the city mourning. An FIR has been registered against RCB, the event management company DNA, and the Karnataka State Cricket Association KSCA for the negligence as far as the Stampede is concerned. Here's more on this.
It was supposed to be a celebration, a historic win But what unfolded outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th was nothing short of a tragedy. 11 lives lost, dozens injured, and yet the question remains, who is responsible? Despite clear warnings and prior information, no coherent crowd control plan was in place. Videos flooded social media. Heart-wrenching visuals of people gasping for breath, crushed in a sea of chaos. A celebration spiraled into a stampede of death and disorder. And now, in the eye of the storm, former Indian captain Virat Kohli. A complaint has been filed against him by senior social activist HM Venkatesh at the Cubbon Park Police Station. The police have acknowledged the letter and confirmed that an FIR has already been filed in connection to the stampede. The Event Management Agency and the Karnataka State Cricket Association. RCB has in fact gone ahead to claim that it followed the state orders. KSCA, meanwhile, has washed its hands off the incident and rushed to the High Court seeking a quashing of the FIR. In a rare admission, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah confessed they were not anticipating the crowd. A chilling understatement for a disaster that took 11 lives. Top police officials, including Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayananda, have been suspended. A judicial commission has been appointed, but the families of the dead are not looking for commissions. They are demanding justice. What was the role of RCB's management? Why was there no public communication about the event? And how did marketing head Nikhil, already under arrest, greenlight a mass event without securing basic safety clearances? The world saw RCB lift a trophy, but behind the glitz and glamour, a city mourns. This is not just about cricket. It is about accountability, it is about negligence, and the price paid when system fails. The big question remains, who will answer for June 4th?
Now moving on, having broken ranks with the opposition on their demand for a special session of the parliament to discuss the developments following the Pahalgam terror attack, NCP SP MP Supriya Sule on Friday said that Congress had contacted her when she was abroad, heading the all-party delegation, and she told them to wait as it was not the right time to ask the government hard questions. It was time for the country to show a united face, is what Supriya Sule has stated in an attack towards the Congress party. She had asked the Congress party to wait some time before the delegation is back in the country to raise such demands. And she said, and I quote, "This is not the right time to ask the government hard questions. It was time for the country to show a very united face." So this is in fact a statement that has come from Supriya Sule. She has said that while she was in fact abroad on as far as delegation is concerned, and she was abroad, the Congress party had asked for special parliament session, and this was a demand that was raised by the Congress party. And that time she in fact told the Congress party that it was not the right time to ask government hard question. It was time for the country to stand united and not put forth such demands such as special parliament session, a demand that was raised by the Congress party.
कांग्रेस पार्टी को अब आईना दिखाने का काम सलमान खुर्शीद, मनीष तिवारी और शशि थरूर के बाद सुप्रिया सुले और एनसीपी शरद पवार ने किया है। उन्होंने कहा कि जो कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्पेशल सेशन की मांग थी वो पूर्ण तरीके से गलत थी, उससे वो इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते थे, वो अग्री नहीं करते थे। उन्होंने कांग्रेस से कहा था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, ऐसे में अभी इस विषय पर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने कहा कि ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन विदेश गए हैं, उनको लौटने दीजिए, उसके बाद इंडिया अलायंस की मीटिंग कर सकते हैं। परंतु जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सस्ती राजनीति की, पहले ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंडरमाइन किया, कहा कि ये छुटपुट है, फेलियर है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर यह कह दिया कि भारत ने सरेंडर कर दिया, फिर उन्होंने ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन को आतंकियों के साथ उसकी तुलना की, कहा कि ये टूर, ट्रैवल और बारात है। इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियों से और इस प्रकार के बेसलेस एलिगेशंस जिसका इस्तेमाल पाकिस्तान ने किया, उससे न केवल सलमान, मनीष और शशि थरूर कांग्रेस पार्टी को आईना दिखा रहे थे, बल्कि अब एनसीपी शरद पवार ने भी आईना दिखाया है।
Now shifting our focus, a major banking fraud has surfaced in Rajasthan's Kota. Sakshi Gupta, a former relationship manager at ICICI Bank, Shriram Nagar branch, has been arrested for embezzling 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Watch this report.
A significant financial fraud has surfaced at ICICI Bank's Shriram Nagar branch in Rajasthan's Kota. Sakshi Gupta, a 26-year-old relationship manager, has been arrested for allegedly embezzling over rupees 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Gupta reportedly manipulated the banker's user FD system to prematurely break fixed deposits without customer consent. She altered registered mobile numbers, replacing them with those of her relatives to intercept OTPs and transaction alerts. The misappropriated funds were invested in stock market, resulting in substantial losses. The fraud came to light when a customer inquired about a missing fixed deposit, prompting an internal audit and subsequent police complaint. Gupta was arrested by the police on May 31st and is currently in judicial custody. ICICI Bank has filed an FIR and assured that genuine claims of affected customers have been settled.
हमारी बैंक में रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर साक्षी गुप्ता, पत्नी शरद गुप्ता निवासी 1-15 विज्ञानगर कोटा की, जिसने ग्राहकों के 40 ग्राहकों के 110 खातों से ओडी अकाउंट खोलकर एफडी पर लोन लेकर ग्राहकों के खातों में स्वयं के परिवारजनों के मोबाइल नंबर ऐड कर ग्राहकों से 4,58,82,663 रुपए का गमन किया।
The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight of mechanisms. The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight mechanisms.
Let's shift our focus. We have breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi has once again targeted the Election Commission of India. He has called Maharashtra Assembly elections in 2024. He has called it that it was a blueprint for a rigging democracy. In a social media post, he has in fact issued a statement. He has said that Maharashtra Assembly elections in 2024 were a blueprint for rigging democracy. My article shows how this happened step by step. He goes on to say, step 1, rig the panel for appointing the election commission. Step 2, add fake voters to the roll. Step 3, inflate voter turnout. Step 4, target the bogus voting exactly where BJP needs to win. And step 5, hide the evidence as far as the assembly elections are concerned. He goes on to say that it's not hard to see why the BJP was so desperate in Maharashtra, but rigging is like match fixing. The side that cheats might win the game but damages institution and destroys public faith in the result. He also goes on to say that all concerned Indians must see the evidence, judge for themselves and demand the answers, because the match fixing of Maharashtra will go on, come to Bihar next, and then anywhere the BJP is losing. Match fixed elections are poison for any democracy. So not just the Maharashtra elections, but he goes on to say that this match fixing, as he claims, will come to Bihar next. Here's the reaction.
इलेक्शन कमीशन बहाना है अपने आप को हार से बचाना है, एलिबाई एक्सक्यूज बनाना है, इसीलिए इलेक्शन कमीशन पर निशाना है। परिवार को लगता है कि उनका जो पारिवारिक तंत्र है वो लोकतंत्र के ऊपर है, डायनेस्टिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के ऊपर है, इसीलिए चयनात्मक कमिटमेंट है संवैधानिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के प्रति। अगर मैं केस जीतूं तब कोर्ट ठीक, अगर मैं केस हारूं तो जुडिशरी पर सवाल, अगर मैं चुनाव जीतूं मतलब हिमाचल में चुनाव जीतूं इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, कर्नाटका में जीतूं इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, पंजाब में अलायंस पार्टनर जीते इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, बंगाल में जीते इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, और तेलंगाना में जीते तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, पर अगर महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में हारे तो इलेक्शन कमीशन खराब है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने ये 5 बिंदुओं पर जिस पर आर्टिकल लिखा है राहुल गांधी ने, उस पर सिलसिलेवार तरीके से फैक्चुअल और तथ्यात्मक डेटा बेस्ड आंसर दे दिया है। आज तक कोई भी कांग्रेस का नेता जिसके साथ अलेजेड इलेक्टोरल मैल प्रैक्टिस हुआ है वो कोर्ट नहीं गया। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कभी आंकड़ा वोटर्स बढ़ने का एक बताती है, हिमाचल की पॉपुलेशन, और फिर दूसरा आंकड़ा बताते हैं राहुल गांधी। तो आंकड़े भी अलग अलग, झूठे आंकड़े हैं तो अलग अलग आंकड़े देते हैं। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि जब पूरी दुनिया में भारत के इलेक्शन प्रोसेस का डंका बजता है, लोग प्रशंसा करते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में जो चुनाव हुए उसकी बहुत प्रशंसा करते हैं, तब फिर से एक बार भारत के और भारत के संवैधानिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के खिलाफ मोर्चा राहुल गांधी ने उठाया।
Now shifting our focus, Canadian Prime Minister has invited Indian counterpart Narendra Modi to this year's G7 summit. The Ministry of External Affairs has released a formal statement confirming that PM Modi received a call from the Canadian leader inviting him to the 3-day summit which will take place from June 15th to June 17th. Prime Minister also thanked the Prime Minister of Canada for the invite while congratulating him on his recent election victory. The Prime Minister's acceptance of G7 invite possibly marks an upturn in the ties between the two countries after the bitter exchange with the previous Trudeau administration. Here's a quick report.
Good on his pledge to repair frayed ties with Delhi, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney invited Indian counterpart Narendra Modi to this year's G7 summit. The Ministry of External Affairs put out an official statement confirming that Carney dialed PM Modi, inviting him to the G7 summit from June 15 to 17. The 3-day summit is to be hosted in the Canadian city of Kananaskis. According to the MEA, PM Modi thanked Carney for the invitation while also congratulating him on his emphatic win in the recent general elections. The PM's acceptance of the G7 invite could mark the opening of a new chapter in the bilateral relationship between India and Canada after the rapid downturn in ties under the previous Trudeau administration. Significantly, to a question on whether he believed that PM Modi was in any way involved in the murder of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Nijjar, Carney said it wasn't appropriate to comment on an ongoing legal process. India is not a member of the G7, which includes Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Meanwhile, weighing in on the G7 invitation to PM Modi, Canadian MLA Dallas Brody said she was hopeful that it would result in an upturn in ties between the two countries.
Canada could do nothing but benefit from having a positive relationship with India, and I hope that the talks between Mr. Carney and Mr. Modi are positive and look forward to an increased relationship between us. As I said before, we have the largest diaspora of Indian people in our country, and I believe that a large part of that is right here in British Columbia. So it would be exciting, and I think it would give a lot of people hope.
As PM Modi hints at a new phase of engagement with Canada, will the G7 invite put the strained bilateral ties on reset?
We're taking a very short break. On the other side, top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried about 45 lakh on his head, has been killed in an encounter with the security forces in the national park area of Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. We'll also tell you about Canadian Prime Minister hailing India-Canada partnership. He has said that India is a major strategic partner. We'll get you both of these stories after a very short break. Stay with us.
This week on Get Me Right, a lowdown of history for US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on why India's war machine is of Russian vintage and how American actions during the Cold War landed New Delhi into Moscow's arms. Also, how Pakistan used the Trump family's obsession with crypto as a geopolitical tool to ingratiate itself into the inner circle of the American president. And finally, can the Kashmiri Pandits return to the valley? There's some buzz. We explore. Join me this weekend, only on Republic TV.
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। MDH का जल जीरा सिप। MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah. All right, Roy.
Football's been my first love.
Football is your first love?
Is my first love.
Not tennis?
Not tennis.
That's crazy, you say that.
I'm not so talented at tennis.
You're not talented in tennis?
I don't have a good technical backhand because I play a single-handed old school backhand. Baba was very upset that I'd given up football. I was at a European football academy. I was there for 7 months. And he said, you're a real fool for giving up football. You're so talented at it. What are you going to do now? From my seat, I could see in the living room Uncle Basil's picture with a Fred Perry sweater with 3 tennis rackets in his hand. मैंने तो देखा तो मैं बोला टेनिस खेलेंगे.
You said it on a whim.
I said it on intuition. When you feel something that has no logic, but you know it's correct. And I think it's very important to nurture our senses to master our ability.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Hello viewers, very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in at this Saturday. We have a lot lined up for you this weekend. We put our focus on the Bengaluru Stampede case. 4 people have already been sent to judicial custody. The probe is widening. More details coming out All this and much more coming right up, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Trouble mounts for Virat Kohli. Bengaluru activist files complaint against Kohli. RCB says follow the government orders. Canadian PM Mark Carney hails India-Canada partnership. Carney says India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborative economic growth. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a cumulative bounty of ₹45 lakhs, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. Reports say Elon Musk satellite internet firm Starlink has secured a vital license from the Telecom Ministry, marking a significant step towards beginning commercial operation in India. 10 months after taking over Bangladesh interim head Mohammad Yunus to hold elections in April 2026, these will be the first elections in Bangladesh since the mass uprising overthrew Hasina's government last year. We're getting some big breaking up is coming right now, viewers, and according to the latest Lok Sabha leader of opposition, we see that Rahul Gandhi has now targeted the Election Commission once again over the 2024 Maharashtra Assembly election results. An article published in the Indian Express newspaper, Rahul wrote that the 2024 Maharashtra Assembly elections was rigged in 5 steps and called the poll process match fixing, saying that the side that cheats might win the game but damages institutions and destroys public faith in the result. Rahul said the match fixing of Maharashtra will come to Bihar next, and then anywhere the BJP is losing. So let's go ahead and play out that statement.
इलेक्शन कमीशन बहाना है, अपने आप को हार से बचाना है, एलिबाई एक्सक्यूज बनाना है, इसीलिए इलेक्शन कमीशन पर निशाना है। परिवार को लगता है कि उनका जो पारिवारिक तंत्र है वो लोकतंत्र के ऊपर है, डायनेस्टिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के ऊपर है, इसीलिए चयनात्मक कमिटमेंट है संवैधानिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के प्रति। अगर मैं केस जीतूं तब कोर्ट ठीक, अगर मैं केस हारूं तो जुडिशरी पर सवाल, अगर मैं चुनाव जीतूं मतलब हिमाचल में चुनाव जीतूं इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, कर्नाटका में जीतूं इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, पंजाब में अलायंस पार्टनर जीते इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, बंगाल में जीते इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, और तेलंगाना में जीते तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, पर अगर महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में हारे तो इलेक्शन कमीशन खराब है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने ये 5 बिंदुओं पर, जिस पर आर्टिकल लिखा है राहुल गांधी ने, उस पर सिलसिलेवार तरीके से फैक्चुअल और तथ्यात्मक डेटा बेस्ड आंसर दे दिया है। आज तक कोई भी कांग्रेस का नेता जिसके साथ अलेजेड इलेक्टोरल मैल प्रैक्टिस हुआ है वो कोर्ट नहीं गया। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कभी आंकड़ा वोटर्स बढ़ने का 1 बताती है, हिमाचल की पॉपुलेशन, और फिर दूसरा आंकड़ा बताते हैं राहुल गांधी। तो आंकड़े भी अलग अलग, झूठे आंकड़े हैं तो अलग अलग आंकड़े देते हैं। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि जब पूरी दुनिया में भारत के इलेक्शन प्रोसेस का डंका बजता है, लोग प्रशंसा करते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में जो चुनाव हुए उसकी बहुत प्रशंसा करते हैं, तब फिर से एक बार भारत के और भारत के संवैधानिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के खिलाफ मोर्चा राहुल गांधी ने उठाया।
Coming in right now, viewers, having broken ranks with the opposition on their demand for a special session of parliament to discuss the developments following Pahalgam terror attack, NCP-SP MP Supriya Sule has now said that the Congress had contacted her when she was abroad and heading the all-party delegation, and she told them to wait as it was not the right time to ask the government hard questions. It was time for the country to show a united face. That is right. Back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV. And we also have that entire, I repeat, the entire statement coming in from Supriya Sule. Let's go ahead and play it out.
I have just come back. It was an all-party delegation. There's a lot of issues about internal security. When Parliament is in session, we will definitely debate all these issues.
कांग्रेस पार्टी को अब आईना दिखाने का काम सलमान खुर्शीद, मनीष तिवारी और शशि थरूर के बाद सुप्रिया सुले और एनसीपी शरद पवार ने किया है। उन्होंने कहा कि जो कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्पेशल सेशन की मांग थी वो पूर्ण तरीके से गलत थी, उससे वो इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते थे, वो अग्री नहीं करते थे उन्होंने कांग्रेस से कहा था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, ऐसे में अभी इस विषय पर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने कहा कि ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन विदेश गए हैं, उनको लौटने दीजिए, उसके बाद इंडिया अलायंस की मीटिंग कर सकते हैं। परंतु जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सस्ती राजनीति की, पहले ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंडरमाइन किया, कहा कि ये छुटपुट है, फेलियर है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर यह कह दिया कि भारत ने सरेंडर कर दिया। फिर उन्होंने ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन को आतंकियों के साथ उसकी तुलना की, कहा कि ये टूर ट्रैवल और बारात है। इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियों से और इस प्रकार के बेसलेस एलिगेशंस जिसका इस्तेमाल पाकिस्तान ने किया, उससे न केवल सलमान, मनीष और शशि थरूर कांग्रेस पार्टी को आईना दिखा रहे थे, बल्कि अब एनसीपी शरद पवार ने भी आईना दिखाया है।
And viewers, the Haridwar Roorkee Development Authority has taken stringent action against illegal constructions in the city, demolishing colonies on over 90 bighas of land. Here's more. Take a look.
The Haridwar Roorkee Development Authority took stringent action against illegal constructions in the city. In a demolition drive against illegal construction, bulldozers ran on 4 unauthorized colonies in Bhagwanpur Tehsil area. The colonies were constructed on more than 90 bighas of land in Lava Road and Sisuna area. In Sisuna area, bulldozers ran against Munir Alam and Abdul Rahman. And in Lava Road area, bulldozer action was taken against Neeraj Goyal and Vinod Thapa. The municipal authorities took the bulldozer action along with the Uttarakhand police. The authorities said that the settlers were given a chance to be heard before the demolition. And the authorities also warned of stricter actions in future.
There is some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. A person who threatened to kill Delhi CM Rekha Gupta has been arrested. That is right, from Ghaziabad by the special staff team of Delhi Police North West District. Now, the accused is Shlok Tiwari and made the call under the influence of alcohol. The accused, who has completed his LLB, was upset because his wife had left him at home. And then the fake ID cards have also, I repeat, also been recovered from Shlok Tiwari. In the last 1 year, the Shlok was called the control room and 40 times. And then he said that the police is not listening to him. And that is why he made this call this time. Okay, so this is what's coming in right now, viewers. Back to what is coming in right now. The man has been identified. The caller who threatened to kill Delhi CM has been arrested. He has been identified. And he has been arrested for giving a death threat to Delhi CM Rekha Gupta. And he has also given a reason as to why he made those calls. Now, the Delhi CM had received a death threat when a man had called the police control room in Ghaziabad. And this is the picture. This is the picture of the caller who was arrested for threatening Delhi CM. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Jatin, we are coming to know that the calls were made intoxicated. This is what the caller has said and confessed. Just take our viewers through who he is, what has happened so far.
बिल्कुल देखिए, श्लोक तिवारी इसका नाम है, 32 साल इसकी उम्र है और इसने परसों रात को गाजियाबाद से कॉल किया, दिल्ली सीएम को थ्रेट करने का कॉल किया और ये कॉल जो है वो कोतवाली जो कि गाजियाबाद के अंदर आता है वहाँ पे ट्रांसफ़र की गई। जब जांच शुरू की गई तो कॉलर का फ़ोन बंद था क्योंकि मामला दिल्ली की सीएम से जुड़ा हुआ था, सीएम को थ्रेट दिया गया था, तो इस मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस को भी जानकारी दी गई। देर रात इसकी गिरफ्तारी गाजियाबाद से ही की गई है और अभी नॉर्थ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट की जो स्पेशल स्टाफ है वो श्लोक तिवारी से पूछताछ कर रही है। श्लोक तिवारी ने कन्फेस किया कि उसने कॉल किया था और वो बेहद परेशान है, वो ऐसी बातें कर रहा है, वो शराब के नशे में था, इस तरीके के दावे भी उसके द्वारा किए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है क्योंकि मैसेज दिल्ली सीएम को थ्रेट को लेकर था, जान से मारने की धमकी को लेकर था, तो जो भी बातें आरोपी बोल रहा है उसको वेरीफाई किया जाएगा, उसका मेडिकल टेस्ट सबसे कुछ देर में कराया जाएगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि अपनी वाइफ से परेशान था, वाइफ उसकी 1 साल से अलग रह रही थी, पुलिस को लगातार कॉल करता था, कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती थी, तब जाकर उसने दिल्ली की जो सीएम है उनको थ्रेट कॉल करने की कोशिश की ताकि पुलिस का अटेंशन जो है वो सीख कर सके। लेकिन तमाम जो वेरिफिकेशन है वो इस पूरे मामले में अब दिल्ली पुलिस करती हुई नजर आ रही है। हालांकि गाजियाबाद पुलिस का ये कहना था कि रात को ज्वाइंट टीम इसके घर पहुंची थी और वहां से इसको डिटेन किया गया, जिसके बाद दिल्ली में लाकर अब इससे पूछताछ की जा रही है। यह भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि पिछले 1 साल से जो श्लोक तिवारी आरोपी है वो गाजियाबाद की कोर्ट के अंदर ही काम कर रहा था। LLB वो कर चुका है, SSC यूनिवर्सिटी है उससे वो पास आउट है, शादी हाल फिलहाल में हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद वो लगातार तनाव में था, परेशान था, डिप्रेशन का शिकार था, जैसी वो बातें करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। क्योंकि मामला दिल्ली CM से जुड़ा है तो इस मामले में जो जांच है वो दिल्ली पुलिस कर रही है। मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने पेश किया जाएगा, संभवतः उससे पहले मेडिकल कराया जाएगा क्योंकि अल्कोहल कंज्यूम करने के बाद वो लगातार कर रहा है। तो तमाम ऐसी बातें जो उसकी तरफ से रखी जा रही है उसको वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि इस तरीके से कॉल करके दिल्ली CM को थ्रेट दिया गया और उसी को देखते हुए तमाम चाहे वो सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल बोल लो, क्योंकि दिल्ली की बतौर CM रेखा गुप्ता है, उनकी सिक्योरिटी को देखते हुए जो IB की टीम है वो भी श्लोक तिवारी को वेरीफाई कर रही है, उनसे जो स्टेटमेंट है संभवतः लिए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी तक की इनिशियल जांच में वो अपना पक्ष रख रहा है, लेकिन बीच बीच में वो इस तरीके से बोल रहा है कि पुलिस काम नहीं करती है, तमाम इस तरीके की दलीलें भी वो दे रहा है। और यही कारण है कि बयानों में, स्टेटमेंट में कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है और इसी वजह से जो भी स्टेटमेंट वो दे रहा है उसको वेरीफाई करके उसके मेडिकल टेस्ट कराकर चीज़ों को आगे इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई दिल्ली पुलिस इस मामले में नजर रख रही है। जी,
That is right, Jatin. Thank you for getting us all those details. A man arrested after making calls threatening to kill the Delhi CM. I'll be coming back to you for more. In a major crackdown on Maoist insurgency, another Maoist terrorist identified as Bhaskar was neutralized by security forces in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. This comes just a day after top Maoist terrorist Sudhakar was gunned down in the same district. The action is part of an intensified anti-Maoist operation underway in the region. And meanwhile, in Maharashtra's Gadchiroli, a dozen Maoists have collectively been carrying a bounty of over 1 crore rupees. They have surrendered before the police. Here's a full report. Take a look.
A massive crackdown on Maoists continues in Chhattisgarh. Security forces neutralized a wanted Maoist, Bhaskar, in Bijapur on Friday. He was reportedly carrying a bounty of Rs 45 lakh. An AK-47 rifle, explosives and other arms were recovered from the site. This encounter comes just a day after security forces gunned down top Maoist commander Sudhakar in the same district. Similar recoveries were made from Sudhakar encounter site, AK-47s, arms and explosives. These back-to-back encounters are part of an intensified operation launched on Wednesday, involving the State Police's Special Task Force, District Reserve Guard and CRPF's elite Cobra unit. Meanwhile, in a major breakthrough in Maharashtra, 12 Maoists surrendered before the security forces in Gadchiroli. Together, they carried a total reward of over Rs 1 crore. The surrender coincided with the visit of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis and comes as a morale booster for Operation Black Forest.
ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इस प्रकार का आत्मसमर्पण यहाँ पर मेरे सामने हुआ है। करीब 12 ऐसे माओवादियों ने यहाँ पर आत्मसमर्पण किया है जिन पर 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा इनाम रखा हुआ था। पहली बार शस्त्रास्त्रों के साथ भी आत्मसमर्पण हुआ है और एक प्रकार से इस आत्मसमर्पण ने ये बता दिया है कि माओवाद की कमर टूटी है।
In a separate development from Telangana, 8 members of the banned CPI laid down arms before Mulugu police on May 31st. These developments come amid Union Home Minister Amit Shah's assertion that Maoism will be eliminated from India by March 2026. With back-to-back encounters and an intensified counter-insurgency push, India's war against Red Terror is entering its final chapter.
उसी दिन से पूरा देश गुस्से के ज्वार में उबल रहा था। सीमा सुरक्षा बल जो देश का एक महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है और प्रथम सुरक्षा पंक्ति है, उसके अधिकारियों से लेकर जवानों तक के दिल में बस एक ही बात थी, किस प्रकार इस घटना का मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाए और समय आने पर पाकिस्तान के किस तरह दांत खट्टे कर दिए जाएं। जब हमारे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ने इस घटना की बिफिटिंग रिप्लाई देने की कसम खाई तो सीमा सुरक्षा बल महत्वपूर्ण अग्रिम पंक्ति पर पूरी तरह से तैयार था। 7 मई को पाकिस्तान के द्वारा अपनी इस कायराना हरकत को छुपाने के लिए भारतीय पोस्टों पर, सीमा चौकियों पर आक्रमण कर दिया गया। सुंदरबनी सेक्टर के एरिया में फायरिंग की शुरुआत हुई। उस दिन गखरियाल बीओपी के ऊपर मैं भी वहीं तैनात था और मेरे साथ नेहा भंडारी, जिसका आपने पहले देखा है किस तरह सीमा भवानियों ने बहादुरी के साथ मुकाबला करा, वो पूरी शक्ति के साथ उन्होंने पाकिस्तान की फायरिंग का जवाब दिया। उसके उपरांत भारतीय सेना ने, वायुसेना ने जिस तरह से इनके आतंकवादियों के अड्डों को बहावलपुर में तबाह करा, पूरे पाकिस्तान में 100 किलोमीटर अंदर तक जाकर के जब इनके सीने पर प्रहार करा और भारतीय स्त्रियों की अस्मिता का बदला लिया, तो पाकिस्तान ने 9 तारीख को उसके प्रतिशोध में, बदले में सीमा चौकियों पर फायरिंग करनी शुरू कर दी। और हमारे जो भी सीमा चौकी पर अधिकारी, जवान, एसओ साहिबान तैनात थे, उन्होंने पूरी क्षमता के साथ, पूरी बहादुरी के साथ, पूरी निष्ठा के साथ और सीमा सुरक्षा बल के गौरव को ऊपर रखने के लिए उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। मुझे याद आता है, सूरा सो पहचानिए जो लड़े दीन के हित, और कतरा कतरा कट पड़े कभी न छाड़े खेत। गुरुओं की वाणी है। मतलब यह है कि जो दीन के लिए, मतलब जो कमजोर के लिए, देश के लिए, किसी अच्छे कॉज के लिए लड़े और चाहे शरीर के टुकड़े टुकड़े हो जाएं पर युद्ध के मैदान को नहीं छोड़े। तो आज मैं आपको हमारे उन बहादुर साथियों से मिलाना चाहूँगा जो पाकिस्तान के विध्वंसक हमले, जब पोस्टों पर ड्रोन से, आर्टिलरी के थ्रू हमले हो रहे थे, और ये हमारे बहादुर जवान, हमारे एसआई वेद व्यास जो हिमाचल के रहने वाले हैं, जिनकी नौकरी में मात्र 6 महीने बचे हुए थे, और ये जबरदस्त शक्ति के साथ पाकिस्तान की पोस्टों पर हमला कर रहे थे। इस बीच में इनके ऊपर, पोस्ट के ऊपर ड्रोन के द्वारा बम गिराया गया, आरटी की शेलिंग हुई। जैसा कि आपको पता है, इनके साथ 2 साथी वहाँ पर और थे, मोहम्मद इम्तियाज और दीपक। वो तो वीर गति को प्राप्त हुए और उन्होंने अपना सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। पर ये हमारे बहादुर जो एसआई थे, सब इंस्पेक्टर वेद व्यास साहब, जिनके सिर्फ 6 महीने बचे थे और ये भी बुरी तरह इंजर्ड हो गए। पर सबसे खूबसूरती की बात यह है, जिससे सीमा सुरक्षा बल का मान बढ़ता है, गौरव बढ़ता है, और भारत को अपनी ऐसी संतानों पर हमेशा गर्व होता है कि इन्होंने इतना घायल होने के बाद भी दुश्मन के ऊपर ड्रोनों को गिराने के लिए अपने एलएमजी से जबरदस्त प्रहार करा और पोस्टों पर, पाकिस्तान पोस्टों पर लगातार अपनी तरफ से फायरिंग जारी रखी। और इनके मात्र अभी 6 महीने रिटायर होने में बचे हुए थे और ये लड़ते लड़ते ही बेहोश हो गए। इनको पता नहीं कि इनके साथ क्या हुआ। इनको जब हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया, वहाँ इनकी टांग, पता पड़ा कि एम्पुटेशन की नौबत आ गई। पर ये तब भी विचलित नहीं हुए। जब इनको होश आया तो मैं इनसे जाकर के मिला, तो इन्होंने कहा कि सर, मेरी और लड़ने की इच्छा है, मैं कुछ इस देश के लिए और करना चाहता हूँ। मतलब मैं एज ए कमांडर मैंने इनको सैल्यूट करा कि वास्तव में तुम जैसे बहादुरों के ऊपर ही के कारण ही ये देश हमारा इतना आज मतलब शक्तिशाली हो रखा है। इसी तरह हमारे दूसरे जवान हैं ब्रजमोहन। ये ब्रजमोहन भी इनके साथ ही वहाँ तैनात थे और दुश्मन के ड्रोन हमलों का, आरटी फायर का जबरदस्त जवाब दे रहे थे। जब ड्रोन से इनके ऊपर अटैक हुआ तो इनके मुंह के आर पार गोली और स्प्लिंटर जो बम के हैं वो लगे, और ये जब तक अचेत होकर के नहीं गिर गए तब तक ये भी उसी बहादुरी के साथ पाकिस्तान के साथ लड़ने में मशगूल रहे, इन्होंने अपनी हिम्मत नहीं खोई, बल्कि जो हमारे मोहम्मद इम्तियाज, कांस्टेबल दीपक और एक आर्मी के जवान कांस्टेबल सुनील थे, उनको इवैक्यूएट कराने में इन्होंने मदद करी। और ये जब हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचे अचेत हो गए, तो जब मैं इनसे अगले दिन जाकर के मिला, जब इनको होश आया, तो इनका भी यही जवाब था कि सर मैं तो आखिरी समय तक लड़ रहा था और मैं कब जल्दी ठीक हो जाऊंगा, कब मैं वहां पर जाकर के जल्दी से मुकाबला दोबारा करूंगा। इसी तरह हमारे जो तीसरे साथी हैं भूपेंद्र वाजपेयी, और इनके जबरदस्त पांव में इंजरी हुई, ये भी इनके साथ ही पोस्ट सुशील में तैनात थे, और इनके भी यही भाव थे कि चाहे मैं इंजर्ड हो गया, और बल्कि इन्होंने इन दो साथियों को भी इवैक्यूएट कराने में मदद करी। वो जो दो हमारे जिन्होंने सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया, और एक आर्मी के जवान जो कांस्टेबल सुनील थे उसके, और ये जब मैं वहाँ पहुँचा हॉस्पिटल, तो इनकी जो बातें थी, मतलब मेरा सीना चौड़ा हो गया, और हमारे महानिदेशक साहब आए, महानिरीक्षक साहब आए, उन सबके सीने चौड़े हो गए, और वो सब आंखों में आंसू थे कि हमारे जवान जिस तरह से उत्साहित थे, मतलब इतना जिनके इंजरी हो गई, चोट हो गई, और उसके बाद जो इनका शौर्य था, मनोबल था, और जो देश के प्रति पवित्र भावना थी, और जो भारतीय नारियों का अपमान हुआ, जो उनके ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जो कायराना हरकत आतंकवादियों द्वारा करी गई, उसका बदला लेने का जो इनके दिल और दिमाग में जो वो था, एक उमंग थी, वो मतलब किसी भी तरह से कम नहीं हो रही थी। और ये जो हमारे ASI साहब हैं चौथे, जो ये 165 बटालियन में ये एक मोर्चे में तैनात थे, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से रॉकेट लॉन्चर से, RT से, MMG से लगातार फायर हो रहा था पोस्ट के ऊपर, और ये मोर्चे पे लगातार तैनात होकर के उस फायरिंग का जबरदस्त मुकाबला कर रहे थे। और उस फायरिंग से RPG का गोला जब बंकर में आकर के इनके हिट हुआ, तो वो कांच टूट करके गोला अंदर घुसा, और अंदर जो इनके स्प्लिंटर आकर के शरीर में जगह जगह से इनको जख्म दिया। तो साथियों, आप मतलब इन बहादुर जवानों से जब बात करेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि कितना हमारा राष्ट्र, मतलब कैसे कैसे यहाँ राष्ट्रभक्त हैं, और जो सीमा सुरक्षा बल है, जो देश की प्रथम पंक्ति है, किस तरह से बहादुरी से देश का गौरव बढ़ा रहा है। और पूरे देशवासियों के मन में ये भाव हमेशा बढ़ता है कि जब तक हमें कोई हमारे देश के ऊपर खराब नज़रों से, बुरी नज़रों से नहीं देख सकता, कोई हमारे यहाँ पे किसी भी तरह का आतंकवाद, किसी का भी कुदृष्टि को नहीं पड़ने दिया जाएगा। देश की जो इंटेग्रिटी है, सोवरेनिटी है, अखंडता, एकता, प्रभुता की हर कीमत पर रक्षा करी जाएगी, चाहे उसके लिए हमें कितनी ही कुर्बानियाँ देनी पड़े। तो मैं अभी आप सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि आप ये हमारे इन बहादुर सब इंस्पेक्टर, असिस्टेंट सब इंस्पेक्टर, और जो हमारे जवान हैं भूपेंद्र वाजपेयी और बालकृष्ण की, किस तरह आप देखिए, जो बालकृष्ण है, इनके तो गले में खाने की ट्यूब लगा रखी थी, जिससे ये खाना इनसे नहीं खाया जा रहा था। और जो आपको मैं जस्ट एक इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए बता रहा हूँ कि जब हमारे साथ जब एक और जवान बाद में शहीद हुए कहीं पर आर्मी के, तो हम वहाँ पर उनके रेसलिंग सेरेमनी में गए, तो वहाँ पे डिविजनल कमिश्नर और DIG रेंज जम्मू और SSP भी आए हुए थे। तो हम इनके पास लेकर के गया, मैंने कहा आप चलिए, उनसे भी मिलिए, हमारे बहादुर सीमा रक्षकों का बहुत उससे मोराल हाई होता है। और जब वहाँ हम पहुँचे, तो जो वेद व्यास के जो शब्द थे हमारे सब इंस्पेक्टर के, जिनकी सिर्फ 6 महीने की नौकरी बची है, टांग कट चुकी है, मेरे को नहीं लगता इससे बड़ी कोई कुर्बानी हो सकती है। और इनके मतलब वचनों ने हम सबके आंखों में आंसू ला दिए। इन्होंने कहा सर, एक क्या मैं 100 जन्म ऐसे दे सकता हूँ, 100 बार मैं अपनी टांगें कटा सकता हूँ, और हमने जो करना है सर वो जरूर करेंगे, और आप लोग आते हैं तो हमको खुशी हो जाती है। मतलब इतनी हम्बल रिप्लाई, इतनी करुणामयी रिप्लाई, मुझे नहीं लगता सीमा सुरक्षा बल का जवान ही कोई बहादुर, और जिसके पास सिर्फ 6 महीने हैं नौकरी के, मतलब आप सोचिए, जो अपनी सारी जिम्मेदारियां, मतलब पूरी इतनी लंबी नौकरी BSF में करके घर जाने के नज़दीक है। तो ये इनका जज्बा था, मतलब देश के प्रति, सीमा सुरक्षा बल के प्रति। तो अभी आप सब लोग इनसे बात करेंगे तो आपको इनके जज्बे का, इनके हौसले का, अभी ये वहाँ से डिस्चार्ज होकर के आए, और मैं पूरे सीमा सुरक्षा बल की तरफ से मेरे सभी बहादुर साथियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सब लोग जल्दी से ठीक हो जाएं और वापस उसी गौरव के साथ, उसी जोश के साथ सीमाओं पर तैनात हों और देश की रक्षा का जो हमने वचन दिया है देशवासियों को, संविधान को, उसको हम पूरा कर सकें। और हमारे साथियों का ये त्याग था, जो हमारे दो साथी अजर अमर हो गए, बलिदान दे दिए सर्वोच्च, कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी सब जगह सीमा सुरक्षा बल का गौरवगान कर रहे हैं। हमारे माननीय गृह मंत्री जी आए, उन्होंने भी सब जगह पूंछ भी गए जहां पर पाकिस्तान की कायराना हरकत के कारण 16 सिविलियन, मतलब पाकिस्तान डेलिबरेटली मंदिर, मस्जिद, गुरुद्वारे सबको टारगेट करा, काफ़ी लोग वहाँ इंजर्ड हुए। तो वहाँ भी जिस तरह से पूरी FDL में, राजौरी में BSF ने जो बहादुरी दिखाई वो ज़बरदस्त है, उसका कोई मुकाबला नहीं करा जा सकता, वर्णन नहीं करा जा सकता। और देश और सीमा सुरक्षा बल, इन जो हमारे साथी जिन्होंने अपना बलिदान दिया और जिन्होंने अपने शरीरों का त्याग करा, और फिर भी इनका मोरल जबरदस्त जज्बा है।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
My greatest honor is to wear the Tiranga on my heart and play for 1.4 billion people. So yes, if I had not won that Olympic medal, I would be unfulfilled as an athlete. I would have still bowed my head in gratitude to God and said thank you for everything you've given me. But nothing compares to the responsibility of playing for country and playing for your people. And I've played through 6 generations? Children, their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents nowadays. All of them can say, we watched you play. And to inspire now the next generation to be champions is what I live for.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Getting to know that Shankar, who was serving as the secretary of the KSCA, Karnataka State Cricket Association, has resigned. And according to the latest updates, he has submitted his resignation letter to the KSCA president yesterday. And the KSCA treasurer Jairam has also resigned. Both the officials submitted their resignations to the KSCA president. The resignations come in the wake of the tragic stampede incident during the RCB victory celebrations. Those are pictures coming in right now, viewers, on the left hand, Bengaluru Stampede horror from that day, and on the right hand, you can see that this is the KSC officials who have resigned. And a letter of resignation has been sent. I want to go straight across to my colleague Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, very clearly, many questions are being asked, very tough questions are being asked. Even Republic has asked very, very tough questions. In the meanwhile, as the probe is widening, we kept coming to know that there's some resignations which have come in from the KSCA officials. Yes, what are we learning of?
Well, Shivangi, there's a note which very clearly says that the treasurer and the secretary of the Karnataka State Cricket Association, who are Shankar and Jairam, have mentioned on their letters that they have resigned from their positions owing to moral responsibility due to the stampede that occurred on June 4th. The letter also mentions that they have tendered a resignation on the evening of 6th, and also they have made the letter go on a public forum starting from the 7th of June. So it very clearly means that the KSCA has owned that they are also a part of this stampede, and they are also one of the reasons who are accountable to be held for the event that happened on June 4th, the stampede event that took the lives of 11 people. And also, we must not forget Shankar and Jairam, who are still on absconding, who against whom the police are still have continued their search on, who also reached the High Court, who also made sure that they have filed a petition to the High Court seeking the quash of the FIR against them. These same people, these two people who are still not to be seen anywhere, have also tendered the resignation to the KSCA or the Karnataka State Cricket Association. And also, we will have to wait and see how these two people will take it any further, because they are to be held responsible for the event that happened, or the event that was supposed to be organized within the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And also, these are the two people who were supposed to have a conversation with the Bengaluru City Police with respect to the security arrangements that had to be made. And also, the letter very clearly mentions that despite they had very limited powers of organizing or continuing with the program, it is due to the moral responsibility. It means that there were some other people or persons above them who took this decision, but owing to the moral responsibility, we have tendered resignation, is what the letter as of now says. So we will have to see what the next movement of, or what the next move of the Karnataka State Cricket Association will be as of now. Back to you, Shivangi.
That is right. And I just want, if you could just take our viewers through what the statement has said, because they say that moral responsibility due to unforeseen and unfortunate events that have unfolded, and though our role was very limited, we wish to state that we have tendered a resignation. And due to moral responsibility, what does that actually really mean? Because we know that many questions have been raised against the KSCA for mismanagement and not planning the event correctly. Yes. Okay. We'll go to Abhishek. Abhishek, we see two officials have resigned from their respective posts as Secretary and Treasurer of the Karnataka State Cricket Association, taking moral responsibility for the stampede that led to the death of 11 people at the trophy celebrations, the RCB trophy celebrations. And joining me right now, we have with us Sanjay Desai, former KSCA president, on the phone. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Desai. Two resignations coming in from the KSCA. You are the former president of the KSCA. Would you like to expand on what do they mean when they say due to moral responsibility?
See, first and foremost, the petition that KSCA has filed with the High Court, it states that the whole event management and responsibility lies with DNA, the agency that was conducting the match and the celebration function. That is the official stand KSCA has taken in the court. Now, taking moral responsibility by the secretary to resign, I think, is the right call. Because if an inquiry has to be made, it should not have the people in power who were in positions and have a fair inquiry and see that what really transpired and who are and what went wrong. So it's a right move by them to resign, and I hope the other office bearers also do so.
Right. And you were talking about what the Karnataka High Court has said. Karnataka High Court has given interim relief to the KSCA officials in Bengaluru Stampede case. But that does not mean, like you were saying, that that the investigation will only reveal what was the truth behind this. If you could just take our viewers through a little bit more about the KSCA's function when it comes to these events, and what are the pressure points that the investigation agencies would be looking at?
See, the most important thing is, in any function, in anything that involves so much of crowd and public, the safety of the public and the crowd is most important and paramount. Now, we have lost 11 lives, which is unforgivable. So, people who were making the decisions, whether they were trusted on them, and whatever is the reason, they are morally responsible. When you hold office, you are responsible. And for any inquiry now to take place, people in power cannot be there. It should be an impartial inquiry into all the aspects which led to this.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Desai, former KSCA president, for joining us on Republic TV. We already see that the KSCA had moved the High Court, but they've got interim relief. Two of the officials have put down their papers. The story is moving very, very quickly as the investigation continues into the Bengaluru Stampede case. I will just move ahead right now, viewers, because the other stories we're tracking, especially the Haridwar-Roorkee Development Authorities taken stringent action against illegal constructions in the city, demolishing colonies of over 90 bighas of land. Here's a report, viewers. Take a look.
The Haridwar-Roorkee Development Authority took stringent action against illegal constructions in the city. In a demolition drive against illegal construction, bulldozers ran on 4 unauthorized colonies in Bhagwanpur Tehsil area. The colonies were constructed on more than 90 bighas of land in Lava Road and Sisuna area. In Sisuna area, bulldozers ran against Munir Alam and Abdul Rahman. And in Lava Road area, bulldozer action was taken against Neeraj Goyal and Vinod Thapa. The municipal authorities took the bulldozer action along with the Uttarakhand police. The authorities said that the settlers were given a chance to be heard before the demolition. And the authorities also warned of stricter actions in future.
Coming up, a top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a cumulative bounty of Rs 45 lakh, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. Last Canadian PM Mark Carney, his India-Canada partnership. Carney says India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborative economic growth. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Eli. Just take over. Good.
मैंने जब कहा कि मैं विंबलडन जीत के आऊँगा, मैं ओलंपिक मेडल जीत के आऊँगा, लोग पूछते थे, क्लास टीचर पूछते थे स्कूल में, औकात क्या है, पहला विंबलडन पहुँच के दिखा. एंड आई फेल्ट दैट समटाइम्स विनिंग इज नॉट अबाउट टैलेंट, इट इज अबाउट औकात दिखाने का है.
औकात दिखाना.
और क्या?
You took it as a challenge.
As a challenge.
You were angry.
100%.
Wow.
Big news coming in. A significant breakthrough ahead of the Rath Yatra. Puri police have now busted an illegal arms smuggling and supply syndicate. This has happened in a special operation led by the superintendent of police. 6 individuals were arrested. The action was taken following specific intelligence inputs about illegal activities. Arrested individuals are reportedly members of an organized crime gang. The police seized 6 firearms, 20 live cartridges, all of them on your screens. You can see them. And this happened during the operation. So those are the pictures you can see. This is a huge success just ahead of the Rath Yatra. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go ahead to some of the breaking news updates we're getting for our viewers right now. This time, the National Investigation Agency has charge-sheeted an accused arrested earlier in the Chhattisgarh Indian Army personnel's targeted killing case of February 2024. Ashu Korsa Bijapur has been charge-sheeted under Section 302, read with 120B of IPC and other sections 16, 18, 20, 38, 39 of UAP Act before the NIA Special Court at Jagdalpur. An NIA investigation in the case has revealed that the accused was involved in the criminal conspiracy of the CPI Maoist proscribed terrorist organization to kill Motiram Achala. Victim was shot dead by an armed cadre of CPI Maoist during a visit in the state. And we're getting some more updates on this story. We'll try to go ahead and tell our viewers more in terms of what's happening. This is the NIA charge sheet. It's a Maoist operative has been charge sheeted in Chhattisgarh. Remember that the war against Maoist terror has now been becoming more and more intense, with even Amit Shah had said that by next year India should be a Maoist-free country. So let's move ahead, viewers. We will be taking a very short break right now, viewers. Let's take a short break right now. We will be right back. Much more coming right up. We are live and breaking this Saturday.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Eli. Just take.
This week on Get Me Right, a lowdown of history for US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on why India's war machine is of Russian vintage and how American actions during the Cold War landed New Delhi into Moscow's arms. Also how Pakistan used the Trump family's obsession with crypto as a geopolitical tool to ingratiate itself into the inner circle of the American president. And finally, can the Kashmiri Pandits return to the valley? There's some buzz. We explore. Join me this weekend, only on Republic TV.
Viewers, welcome back. And we are tracking the story from Bengaluru, where a devastating stampede in Bengaluru left the city mourning. FIR has been registered against the RCB Event Management Company DNA and the Karnataka State Cricket Association for alleged negligence. Here's more as the probe continues.
It was supposed to be a celebration, a historic win. But what unfolded outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th was nothing short of a tragedy. 11 lives lost, dozens injured, and yet the question remains, who is responsible? Despite clear warnings and prior information, no coherent crowd control plan was in place. Videos flooded social media. Heart-wrenching visuals of people gasping for breath, crushed in a sea of chaos. A celebration spiraled into a stampede of death and disorder. And now, in the eye of the storm, former Indian captain Virat Kohli. A complaint has been filed against him by senior social activist Venkatesh at the Cubbon Park Police Station. The police have acknowledged the letter and confirmed that an FIR has already been filed in connection to the stampede. The Event Management Agency and the Karnataka State Cricket Association. RCB has in fact gone ahead to claim that it followed the state orders. KSCA, meanwhile, has washed its hands off the incident and rushed to the High Court seeking a quashing of the FIR. In a rare admission, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah confessed they were not anticipating the crowd. A chilling understatement for a disaster that took 11 lives. Top police officials, including Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayananda, have been suspended. A judicial commission has been appointed, but the families of the dead are not looking for commissions. They are demanding justice. What was the role of RCB's management? Why was there no public communication about the event? And how did marketing head Nikhil, already under arrest, greenlight a mass event without securing basic safety clearances? The world saw RCB lift a trophy, but behind the glitz and glamour, a city mourns. This is not just about cricket. It is about accountability, it is about negligence, and the price paid when system fails. The big question remains: who will answer for June 4th?
And sensational new details, viewers. More details have come in and surfaced in the Bengaluru Stampede case. A video shows Karnataka's Deputy CM DK Shivakumar allegedly directing fans to gather at the stadium on the very day of the chaos. Another clip reportedly shows him celebrating with the RCB trophy just hours after the deadly incident. The BJP now alleges that the Congress government pressured the police to go ahead with the event despite the risk. Here's the full report.
New details have emerged in the Bengaluru RCB Stampede case. In a video that now has surfaced, Deputy CM DK Shivakumar can be heard addressing the fans and urging them to come to the stadium.
ವಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಭಾಳ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ಕು, ಭಾಳ ಲಾಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಸೀದಾ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು ಬೇಕೋ KSCA ಅವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Hours later, Shivakumar was seen celebrating and holding the RCB trophy. This even after a deadly crowd was crushed. The BJP has now made serious allegations claiming that the Congress-led government pressured the Bengaluru police into letting the RCB event go ahead despite the warnings of overcapacity.
The decision was taken by the Chief Minister himself. According to our information, senior police officials were summoned to Chief Minister's residence on 4th morning because police had denied to give the permission. They did not agree. So hence senior police officials were summoned to Chief Minister's residence, and Chief Minister threatened senior police officials and they warned, I am the Chief Minister of the state, you have to obey the orders. Please give the permission for the victory parade. Only then police were forced to give the permission.
While the state government remains tight-lipped, the political heat is building up with the calls for accountability growing louder by the hour.
Coming up, viewers, a top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a cumulative bounty of ₹45 lakh, has been killed in an encounter with security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney hails India-Canada partnership. Carney says India is a major strategic partner and key for collaborative economic growth. Stay tuned. We are live in break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Let's start with the headlines. Karnataka State Cricket Association Secretary and Treasurer have resigned after the Stampede FIR. Another letter reveals Karnataka government gave permission for June 4th Vidhan Sauda event. After India suspends Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan has written 4 letters to India to reinstate the IWT. Pakistan has been exposed globally. US congressmen urge Bilawal Bhutto to eliminate terrorism in Pakistan. Rahul Gandhi targets Election Commission of India once again, says match fixing will come to Bihar again. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a bounty of 45 lakh on his head, has been killed in an encounter with the security forces in Indravati National Park area in Bijapur district of Chhattisgarh. Well, a former employee of ICICI Bank was arrested for siphoning off crores of rupees from accounts of customers in a fraud that spanned for more than 2 years. Sakshi Gupta, relationship manager of ICICI Bank in Rajasthan's Kota, defrauded around 4.58 crore rupees from at least 41 customers in hope of achieving high returns, but ended up losing it all, and now she has been arrested. Here's more. Well, so this is a big arrest that has come from the state of Rajasthan. What we are learning is that a former employee of ICICI Bank has been arrested for siphoning off crores of rupees from accounts of several customers in a fraud that spanned over in fact 2 years. Her name is Sakshi Gupta. You can see her photo on the screen. She has been arrested by the Kota police there. She was a relationship manager of ICICI Bank in Kota. She defrauded around 4.58 crore from at least 41 customers in hope of, in fact, achieving high returns. But now she has ended up losing it all. You can see her pictures on the screen. In fact, this is a Kota bank fraud. Internal audit had revealed that this, in fact, came to the fore. ICICI Bank had filed the FIR in 2025. After all of this came to the fore and came in their knowledge, she has siphoned off 4.58 crore rupees from the customers. 41 customers is what we are learning. She wanted to get high returns on them. She wanted to siphon them off, but she has now been arrested. Her name is Sakshi Gupta. She's currently in judicial custody. We're getting this breaking news, in fact, from Rajasthan's Kota, where Sakshi Gupta, who has been arrested, she had siphoned off 4.58 crore. This money belonged to people who had opened their account in ICICI Bank. There, she was a relationship manager, but she ended up taking their money. She defrauded 41 customers, is what we are learning. She has been, in fact, been arrested by the police. Let me go across to my colleague Ravinder Singh, who joins us live from Kota in Rajasthan. ये बहुत ही शॉकिंग केस आया है सामने. बताइए कि क्या कुछ साक्षी गुप्ता ने किया था. हमें पता चल रहा है कि 41 कस्टमर्स के 4.58 करोड़ रुपीस लेके ये भाग गई थी. क्या कुछ है केस, आप बताइए.
जी बिल्कुल, बता दें ये जो पूरा मामला है कोटा का है. कोटा आईसीआईसीआई बैंक की जो मैनेजर थी, उसने करोड़ों की जो है वो लोगों से ठगी की थी. पूरा जो प्रकरण था वो काफी पुराना था, लेकिन जो पुलिस ने जांच की है, कोटा पुलिस की जांच के बाद जो महिला आरोपी है, जो बैंक मैनेजर थी, तत्कालीन जो बैंक मैनेजर थी, उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है. करीब 4 करोड़ का ये पूरा मामला है ठगी का. जो बैंक, जो यहाँ के ग्राहक थे, उनके खातों से पैसा निकाला जाता था और उस पैसे को कहीं और अकाउंट में जो परिजन थे खुद के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर किया जाता था और उनको पैसे को इन्वेस्ट किया जाता था.
Absolutely. So a shocking case coming to the fore as far as this siphoning of money in Rajasthan is concerned. Thank you for the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus to Mumbai in Maharashtra, where ED has summoned actor Dino Moria for questioning in connection with the Mithi River scam case. ED has called Dino Moria for questioning. In fact, yesterday ED had raided Dino Moria's house. ED was at Dino Moria's house for about 12 hours. So actor Dino Moria is under the scanner in this corruption case. In fact, his residence was raided by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday in a money laundering case that is linked to the river desilting scam. In fact, he was present at the house when these raids were carried out. These raids went on for 12 hours. Remember, last month, in fact, he was questioned twice by the Mumbai police, and after that there were ED raids yesterday. Now a summon by the ED to actor Dino Moria. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Satya Prakash, now actor Dino Moria has been summoned for, in fact, by the Enforcement Directorate. Earlier, he was summoned twice and questioned twice by the Mumbai police. Now he's under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. That means there is an angle of money laundering here. Tell us more about that.
देखिए, मीठी रिवर घोटाले मामले में ईडी ने दीनू मोरिया को सम्मन जारी किया है। कल ईडी की टीम सुबह 8 बजे रेड किया था दीनू मोरिया घर पर और लगभग 9 बजे टीम निकली। लगभग 12 घंटे तक सर्च ऑपरेशन किया था ईडी ने। कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन किया, पूछताछ किया, कहीं कहीं ईडी को वो चीज़ें नहीं मिली जिसकी वजह से कहीं कहीं ईडी ने फिर से दीनू मोरिया को नोटिस दिया है, सम्मन दिया है और सम्मन में कहा है कि पूछताछ के लिए अगले वीक शामिल होने कहा गया है। लगातार इस मामले को लेकर ईओडब्ल्यू, जो कि मुंबई पुलिस की ईओडब्ल्यू है, इसको जांच कर रही है। साथ ही ईडी भी इस मामले को लेकर अब जांच शुरू कर दिया है मामला दर्ज करने के बाद। और इस मामले में 65 करोड़ रुपये घोटाला हुआ है और घोटाले में 13 आरोपी हैं। कल जिस तरह से ईडी ने मुंबई में अलग अलग जगहों पर 15 जगहों पर कंट्रैक्टर, बिचौलिया और दीनू मोरिया घर पर जिस तरह से रेड किया, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं पूरी तरह से ईडी एक्शन में है और अब दीनू मोरिया को पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया है। जी,
Absolutely. So ED, in fact, Dino Moria is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate now. This is in relation to a corruption case. Thank you, Satyaprakash, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the tragic stampede that took place in Karnataka. We, in fact, have a breaking news coming in. Shankar, who was serving as the secretary of KSCA, that is Karnataka State Cricket Association, has now resigned. He has submitted his resignation letter to the KSCA president yesterday. The treasurer, Jairam, has also resigned. Both the officials submitted their resignation to the KSCA president. The resignations come in the wake of the tragic stampede incident during the RCB victory celebration that led to loss of life of 11 people. After that, KSCA secretary and the treasurers, in fact, the treasurer, Jairam, have tendered their resignation. So this is a big update coming as far as the Stampede case is concerned. What we are learning is that KSCA secretary and the treasurer, they have tendered their resignation. Remember, 2 days back, FIR was registered against RCB, the entertainment company DNA, and also KSCA. After that, KSCA also moved the Karnataka High Court seeking quashing of the FIR. And after that, we are witnessing that their secretary and the treasurer, they have tendered their resignation. They have given their resignation to, in fact, the president of this association. The association is also under the scanner. Remember, we've been telling you about the 2 letters that KSCA wrote to the government seeking permission, and in absence of any permission, they went ahead with, in fact, issuing the SOP for the celebration the very next day. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who has been tracking this story very closely. Abhishek, after, in fact, the name of KSCA has been featured in the FIR, now we're witnessing that their secretary, Shankar, and their treasurer, Jairam, have tendered their resignation. Put this into context.
The Akanksha, the Karnataka State Cricket Association Secretary Shankar and Treasurer Jairam have tendered their resignations dated on the 6th of June, stating that they indeed had very less powers with respect to conducting the celebration event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. However, due to the stampede that occurred owing to the moral responsibility of the stampede event and the loss of 11 lives, they have mentioned in their letter that they have resigned from their posts to the positions of Secretary and Treasurer with respect to the Karnataka State Cricket Association. This letter was sent to the KSCA management on the 6th. However, they have also released a press release on the 7th, that is today, mentioning that they have already tendered their resignation and they are waiting for the approval. So, reading in between the lines, it is very clear that Shankar and Jairam very clearly knew that the stampede, the incident of stampede is the result of the negligence of the Karnataka State Cricket Academy or Association as well. And this is as one of the reasons as to why these two key persons in the KSCA have tendered the resignation. However, these two people are still missing or absconding as of now. The police are still on search of these two people who were supposed to be arrested by the Bengaluru City Police a couple of days ago. And also, we must not forget that the FIR has been registered against the officials of the Karnataka State Cricket Association as well, after which Shankar and Jairam absconded from their places, and they've also moved to the High Court seeking the quashing of the FIR which is against them, along with the president of the Karnataka State Cricket Association. So another part is we will have to see how the KSCA officials or the president would react on this, because have the resignation been accepted? Will the KSCA make itself accountable for the death of these 11 lives? So these are some of the major answers that the KSCA has to give out as of now, but there is no single media representation or a press statement or any reaction from the KSCA as of now, and we'll have to wait and see what the KSCA has to...
Abhishek, on with us. In fact, another letter confirms that Karnataka government had approved the event at Vidhan Soda. Karnataka government had sent an official letter to KSCA officials with strict conditions, including a rupees 15 lakh refundable security deposit if tents or structures were erected at the venue. Now, as per the letter, the approval was granted by the Department of Personnel and Administrative Reforms to the Karnataka State Cricket Association based on a request from the association and a clearance issued by the Deputy Commissioner of Police Vidhan Soda Security. Let me go across to Abhishek once again. Abhishek, this goes on to show that Karnataka government in fact gave a go-ahead. They were aware in fact that such a celebration is going to take place. Karnataka government approved the event at Vidhan Soda. Give us more details about this.
Akanksha, we'll have to go back to the timeline of the letter which was written to the Karnataka State Government by the Karnataka State Cricket Association. On June 3rd, there was a letter which was written by KSCA to the address to the DPAR of the Vidhan Soda seeking the permission to conduct a grand event in front of the grand steps of Vidhan Soda. Also mentioning in the letter was RCB might win. If at all RCB is going to win this IPL 2025, we have decided to conduct an event through the DNA Entertainment. After which the event happened in front of Vidhan Soda's grand steps. We saw majority of the cabinet minister, their family members who were present on the stage, after which the Chinnaswamy Stampede incident occurred, which took 11 lives, 11 innocent lives. And after that, June 5th, there is a written statement or a written approval from the Karnataka State Government's DPAR to the KSCA mentioning 19 major points to organize the event on Vidhan Soda's grand steps. So we, looking at this, can very clearly say that Karnataka State Government very much knew that this event is going to happen in front of the grand steps. CM and DCM will be there to felicitate the players of RCB who won the IPL 2025 trophy. Despite knowing this data, why was that the government couldn't approve the request on June 3rd itself, with the question which has to be answered by the government itself, Akanksha?
Absolutely. 4 arrests have been made so far, but zero accountability till now. It remains to be seen how it pans out. Thank you, Abhishek, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, sensational new details have surfaced in the Bengaluru Stampede case. A video shows Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar directing fans to gather at the stadium on the very day of the chaos. Another clip shows him celebrating with the RCB trophy just hours after the deadly incident. The BJP now claims that the Congress government pressured the police to go ahead with the event despite the risk involved. Here's the full report.
New details have emerged in the Bengaluru RCB Stampede case. In a video that now has surfaced, Deputy CM D.K. Shivkumar can be heard addressing the fans and urging them to come to the stadium.
ವಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಭಾಳ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ಕು, ಭಾಳ ಲಾಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಸೀದಾ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕೋ KSCA ಅವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Hours later, Shivkumar was seen celebrating and holding the RCB trophy. This even after a deadly crowd was crushed. The BJP has now made serious allegations claiming that the Congress-led government pressured the Bengaluru police into letting the RCB event go ahead despite the warnings of overcapacity.
The decision was taken by the Chief Minister himself. According to our information, senior police officials were summoned to Chief Minister's residence on 4th morning because police had denied to give the permission. They did not agree. So hence senior police officials were summoned to Chief Minister's residence, and Chief Minister threatened senior police officials and they warned, I am the Chief Minister of the state, you have to obey the orders. Please give the permission for the victory parade. Only then police were forced to give the permission.
While the state government remains tight-lipped, the political heat is building up, with the calls for accountability growing louder by the hour.
Now shifting our focus, Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has targeted the Election Commission of India once again over 2024 Maharashtra Assembly election results. In an article in a newspaper, Rahul Gandhi wrote that 2024 Maharashtra Assembly election results were rigged in 5 steps and called the poll process match fixing, saying that the sides that cheats might win the game but damage the institution and destroys the public faith in the result. Rahul Gandhi also went on to say that the match fixing of Maharashtra will come to Bihar next, and then anywhere the BJP is in fact losing. Listen in to how BJP has reacted to this.
इलेक्शन कमीशन बहाना है, अपने आप को हार से बचाना है, एलिबाई एक्सक्यूज बनाना है, इसीलिए इलेक्शन कमीशन पर निशाना है। परिवार को लगता है कि उनका जो पारिवारिक तंत्र है वो लोकतंत्र के ऊपर है, डायनेस्टिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के ऊपर है, इसीलिए चयनात्मक कमिटमेंट है संवैधानिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के प्रति। अगर मैं केस जीतूं तब कोर्ट ठीक, अगर मैं केस हारूं तो जुडिशरी पर सवाल, अगर मैं चुनाव जीतूं मतलब हिमाचल में चुनाव जीतूं इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, कर्नाटका में जीतूं इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, पंजाब में अलायंस पार्टनर जीते इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, बंगाल में जीते इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, और तेलंगाना में जीते तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक, पर अगर महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में हारे तो इलेक्शन कमीशन खराब है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने ये 5 बिंदुओं पर, जिस पर आर्टिकल लिखा है राहुल गांधी ने, उस पर सिलसिलेवार तरीके से फैक्चुअल और तथ्यात्मक डेटा बेस्ड आंसर दे दिया है। आज तक कोई भी कांग्रेस का नेता जिसके साथ अलेजेड इलेक्टोरल मैल प्रैक्टिस हुआ है वो कोर्ट नहीं गया। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कभी आंकड़ा वोटर्स बढ़ने का एक बताती है, हिमाचल की पॉपुलेशन, और फिर दूसरा आंकड़ा बताते हैं राहुल गांधी। तो आंकड़े भी अलग अलग, झूठे आंकड़े हैं तो अलग अलग आंकड़े देते हैं। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि जब पूरी दुनिया में भारत के इलेक्शन प्रोसेस का डंका बजता है, लोग प्रशंसा करते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में जो चुनाव हुए उसकी बहुत प्रशंसा करते हैं, तब फिर से एक बार भारत के और भारत के संवैधानिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के खिलाफ मोर्चा राहुल गांधी ने उठाया।
Now shifting our focus to the state of Uttarakhand, the Haridwar-Roorkee Development Authority took stringent action against illegal construction in the city, demolishing colonies in over 19 bighas of the land. Here's a quick report.
The Haridwar-Roorkee Development Authority took stringent action against illegal constructions in the city. In a demolition drive against illegal construction, bulldozers ran on 4 unauthorized colonies in Bhagwanpur Tehsil area. The colonies were constructed on more than 90 bighas of land in Lava Road and Sisuna area. In Sisuna area, bulldozers ran against Munir Alam and Abdul Rahman. And in Lava Road area, bulldozer action was taken against Neeraj Goyal and Vinod Thapa. The municipal authorities took the bulldozer action along with the Uttarakhand police. The authorities said that the settlers were given a chance to be heard before the demolition. And the authorities also warned of stricter actions in future.
We are taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, after India suspends Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan has written 4 letters to India to reinstate the IWT. We'll also tell you about how Pakistan has been exposed globally. US congressmen urged Bilawal Bhutto to eliminate terrorism in Pakistan. We'll tell you about two of these stories right after this very short break. Stay with us.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ?
है अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah.
disappointed because Elon.
मैंने जब कहा कि मैं विंबलडन जीत के आऊँगा, मैं ओलंपिक मेडल जीत के आऊँगा, लोग पूछते थे, क्लास टीचर पूछते थे स्कूल में, औकात क्या है, पहला विंबलडन पहुँच के दिखा. एंड आई फेल्ट दैट समटाइम्स विनिंग इज नॉट अबाउट टैलेंट, इट इज अबाउट औकात दिखाने का है.
औकात दिखाना.
और क्या?
You took it as a challenge.
As a challenge.
You were angry.
100%.
Wow.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Generations and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Eli. Just
Football's been my first love.
Football is your first love?
Is my first love.
Not tennis?
Not tennis.
That's crazy, you say that.
I'm not so talented at tennis.
You're not talented in tennis?
I don't have a good technical backhand because I play a single-handed old school backhand. Baba was very upset that I'd given up football. I was at a European football academy. I was there for 7 months. And he said, you're a real fool for giving up football. You're so talented at it. What are you going to do now? From my seat, I could see in the living room Uncle Basil's picture with a Fred Perry sweater with 3 tennis rackets in his hand. मैंने तो देखा तो मैं बोला टेनिस खेलेंगे.
You said it on a whim.
I said it on intuition. When you feel something that has no logic, but you know it's correct. And I think it's very important to nurture our senses to master our ability.
Karnataka State Cricket Association Secretary and the Treasurer have resigned after the Stampede FIR. Another letter reveals Karnataka government gave permission for June 4th Vidhan Sauda event. After India suspended Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan writes 4 letters to India to reinstate the IWT. Pakistan has been exposed globally. US congressmen urge Bilawal Bhutto to eliminate terrorism in Pakistan. Rahul Gandhi has targeted Election Commission of India once again, says match fixing will come to Bihar once again. Top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a bounty of 45 lakh on his head, has been killed in an encounter with the security forces in Indravati National Park area in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. Well, we have breaking news coming in as far as Pakistan is concerned. As per the sources, desperate Pakistan wrote 4 back-to-back letters to India pleading reinstatement of the Indus Water Treaty. The 4 letters requesting India to reinstate the IWT was sent by Pakistan's Ministry of Water Resources Secretary Syed Ali Murtaza to the Jal Shakti Ministry, after which it forwarded them to the External Affairs Ministry. So this is as far as the letters written by Pakistan are concerned. They have written 4 letters, one after another, requesting India to reconsider the decision to keep the Indus Water Treaty, that is IWT, in suspension after the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, Pahalgam, that killed 26 tourists. So Pakistan has written 4 back-to-back letters, in fact, asking India and requesting India basically to reconsider the decision to keep IWT in suspension. So Pakistan there is staring at, in fact, the water crisis there, and it appears to be very desperate and writing 4 back-to-back letters to India to, in fact, change its mind and reconsider the decision to keep IWT in suspension. Pakistan is staring at a water crisis and appears to be very desperate. It now appears, after it has written 4 back-to-back letters to India to reconsider its decision to keep IWT in suspension after the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Pakistan, what we are learning, has sent 4 letters to India urging a reconsideration of the suspended Indus Water Treaty amid a looming water crisis in Pakistan. India has insisted that treaty will remain on hold until Pakistan ceases cross-border terrorism, emphasizing security concerns. Now, shifting our focus, US congressman has urged former Minister Bilawal Bhutto's delegation to eliminate terrorism and take step against Jaish-e-Mohammed in their country. So Pakistan has been exposed globally. Meeting a Pakistani delegation led by former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in Washington, US, congressmen said that Pakistan should do, quote-unquote, all it can to eliminate this vile group and combat terrorism in the region. So this is a comment that has come from the US lawmaker, stern warning to Pakistan and complete expose of Pakistan globally. He said, and in fact, I quote, that this vile group should be eliminated. Moving on, in a show of force in the heart of Los Angeles in the United States, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents carried out a series of immigration sweeps, including 2 downtown, that sparked a tense standoff there. Here's more.
Immigration enforcement agents carried out raids in Los Angeles, prompting gatherings of protesters who at one point clashed with authorities. US Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents carried out a series of immigration sweeps, including 2 downtown, that sparked a tense standoff. Immigration sweeps were carried out as Trump administration has increased its quota for immigration arrests. Multiple protesters clashed with Homeland Security during a raid at the Los Angeles downtown. One raid occurred at a business in the Garment District near 9th and Town Streets. As workers were hauled off in cuffs, throngs of people yelled at the agents. A crowd of people tried to prevent authorities from leaving in vans after multiple people were detained. Protesters could be seen throwing objects at the vehicles, while others tried to block the vans from leaving. One person was nearly run over when they fell to the ground after getting in front of one of the vehicles. The operation drew immediate criticism from officials in Los Angeles.
Now shifting our focus to Mumbai in Maharashtra, ED has summoned actor Dino Moria for questioning in connection with the Mithi River scam case. ED has called Dino Moria for questioning. Remember, yesterday ED had raided Dino Moria's house. ED was at Moria's house for about 12 hours. So Dino Moria is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Let me put this into context for you. Last month, he was summoned by the EOW department of the Mumbai police. He was questioned by the police for several hours. Twice. After that, yesterday there were ED raids at the residence of Dino Moria, and today what we are learning is that he has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Satya Prakash, so there is an angle of money laundering, and that is why we are seeing that ED has now come into picture. Put this entire case into context, and how is Dino Moria involvement is concerned in this, and what the police and ED are saying.
देखिए, इस मामले को लेकर ईडी जांच कर रही है, ईडी के साथ साथ ईओडब्ल्यू भी जांच कर रही है। जिस तरह से कल सुबह 8 बजे रेड किया था ईडी ने डिनो मोरिया घर पर, और रात को 9 बजे ईडी की टीम निकली। लगभग 12 घंटे तक सर्च ऑपरेशन किया, और सर्च ऑपरेशन में कई चीज़ें खंगाला ईडी की टीम ने, क्योंकि जिस तरह से 65 करोड़ रुपए घोटाला है मिठी रिवर स्कैम में, कहीं न कहीं इसको लेकर मुंबई पुलिस की ईओडब्ल्यू जाँच कर रही है, ईडी की टीम जाँच कर रही है, और इसमें यह पता लगाने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो सफाई करने के लिए पैसे मिले थे, वो घोटाला कहाँ हुआ, बिचौलिया कौन है, और जो ठेकेदार के साथ साथ जो लोग शामिल हैं उनको लेकर कहीं न कहीं ईडी और ईओडब्ल्यू जांच कर रही है। ईडी ने कल मुंबई में 15 जगहों पर रेड किया था और 15 जगहों पर सर्च ऑपरेशन किया था इसी मामले को लेकर। लगातार इस मामले को लेकर ईडी के साथ साथ ईओडब्ल्यू जांच कर रही है। अब ईडी ने कहीं न कहीं जिस तरह से जांच किया है, जिस तरह से कल सर्च ऑपरेशन किया, उसके बाद कहीं न कहीं ईडी ने डिनो मोरिया को सम्मन दिया है, और सम्मन में बोला है कि पूछताछ के लिए अगले वीक हाजिर होने कहा है। कहीं न कहीं ईडी और ईओडब्ल्यू को ये चीज़ें पता चल रही है कि जो लगातार पूछताछ किए जा रहे हैं, जांच किए जा रहे हैं, कहीं न कहीं उसमें सामने जो स्पष्ट नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से कहीं न कहीं जांच का दायरा बढ़ता जा रहा है।
Absolutely. So Dino Moria has been summoned by the ED and he will be appearing before ED next week. Probe has intensified in this case. Thank you, Satya Prakash, for all the details. Keep tracking that story for us. Now, shifting our focus, a major banking fraud has surfaced in Rajasthan's Kota district. Sakshi Gupta, former relationship manager at ICICI Bank Sri Ramnagar branch in Kota, has been arrested for embezzling over 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Watch this report.
A significant financial fraud has surfaced at ICICI Bank's Sri Ramnagar branch in Rajasthan's Kota. Sakshi Gupta, a 26-year-old relationship manager, has been arrested for allegedly embezzling over rupees 4.58 crore from 110 fixed deposit accounts belonging to 41 customers between 2020 and 2023. Gupta reportedly manipulated the banker's user FD system to prematurely break fixed deposits without customer consent. She altered registered mobile numbers, replacing them with those of her relatives to intercept OTPs and transaction alerts. The misappropriated funds were invested in stock market, resulting in substantial losses. The fraud came to light when a customer inquired about a missing fixed deposit, prompting an internal audit and subsequent police complaint. Gupta was arrested by the police on May 31st and is currently in judicial custody. ICICI Bank has filed an FIR and assured that genuine claims of affected customers have been settled.
हमारी बैंक में रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर साक्षी गुप्ता पत्नी शरद गुप्ता निवासी 1-15 विज्ञानगर कोटा की जिसने ग्राहकों के 40 ग्राहकों के 110 खातों से ओडी अकाउंट खोलकर एफडी पर लोन लेकर ग्राहकों के खातों में स्वयं के परिवारजनों के मोबाइल नंबर ऐड कर ग्राहकों से 4,58,82,663 रुपए का गबन किया।
The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight of mechanisms. The investigation is ongoing to assess the full extent of the fraud and explore potential lapses in the bank's internal oversight mechanisms.
Now shifting our focus to the state of Odisha in a significant breakthrough ahead of the Rath Yatra there. Puri police have busted an illegal arms smuggling and supply syndicate in a special operation led by the Superintendent of Police. 6 individuals is what we are learning have been arrested so far. The action was taken following specific intelligence inputs about the illegal activities going on in Puri. The arrested individuals are reportedly members of an organized crime gang. The police have seized 6 firearms and 20 live cartridges during this operation. So this is a big and a major success ahead of the Rath Yatra that is going to start, in fact, by June 27th. And Puri police, in fact, has achieved this major success ahead of the Rath Yatra. Arms smuggling gang has been busted. 6 people have been arrested so far, and firearms and ammunition has been recovered from them. Remember that Rath Yatra is going to start by the end of this month, and before that, this is a big crackdown on the arms smuggling gang that has now been busted. We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Rahul Gandhi targets Election Commission of India again, says match fixing will come to Bihar now. We will also tell you about how the top Maoist terrorist Bhaskar, who carried a bounty of 45 lakhs on his head, has been killed in an encounter with the security forces in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. We'll tell you about 2 of these stories right out after this very short break. Stay with us.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Generations in his rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Eli. Just take.
Welcome back. Now, in a major crackdown on Maoist insurgency, another Maoist terrorist identified as Bhaskar was neutralized by the security forces in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur on Friday. This comes just a day after top terrorist, in fact, Sudhakar, was gunned down in the same district. The action is a part of the intensified anti-Maoist operation underway in the region. And meanwhile, in Maharashtra, Gadchiroli, also a dozen of Maoists collectively carrying a bounty of 1 crore rupees have surrendered before the police. Here's a full report.
A massive crackdown on Maoists continues in Chhattisgarh. Security forces neutralized a wanted Maoist, Bhaskar, in Bijapur on Friday. He was reportedly carrying a bounty of rupees 45 lakh. An AK-47 rifle, explosives and other arms were recovered from the site. This encounter comes just a day after security forces gunned down top Maoist commander Sudhakar in the same district. Similar recoveries were made from Sudhakar encounter site, AK-47s, arms and explosives. These back-to-back encounters are part of an intensified operation launched on Wednesday, involving the State Police's Special Task Force, District Reserve Guard and CRPF's Elite Cobra Unit. Meanwhile, in a major breakthrough in Maharashtra, 12 Maoists surrendered before the security forces in Gadchiroli. Together, they carried a total reward of over rupees 1 crore. The surrender coincided with the visit of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis and comes as a morale booster for Operation Black Forest.
ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इस प्रकार का आत्मसमर्पण यहाँ पर मेरे सामने हुआ है। करीब 12 ऐसे माओवादियों ने यहाँ पर आत्मसमर्पण किया है जिन पर 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा इनाम रखा हुआ था। पहली बार शस्त्र के साथ भी आत्मसमर्पण हुआ है और एक प्रकार से इस आत्मसमर्पण ने ये बता दिया है कि माओवाद की कमर टूटी है।
In a separate development from Telangana, 8 members of the banned CPI laid down arms before Mulugu police on May 31st. These developments come amid Union Home Minister Amit Shah's assertion that Maoism will be eliminated from India by March 2026. With back-to-back encounters and an intensified counter-insurgency push, India's war against Red Terror is entering its final chapter.
Now moving on, the Haridwar Development Authority took stringent action against illegal construction in the city, demolishing colonies on 50 bigha of land is what we are learning. Here's a quick report.
The Haridwar Roorkee Development Authority took stringent action against illegal constructions in the city. In a demolition drive against illegal construction, bulldozers ran on 4 unauthorized colonies in Bhagwanpur Tehsil area. The colonies were constructed on more than 90 bighas of land in Lava Road and Sisuna area. In Sisuna area, bulldozers ran against Munir Alam and Abdul Rahman. And in Lava Road area, bulldozer action was taken against Neeraj Goyal and Vinod Thapa. The municipal authorities took the bulldozer action along with the Uttarakhand police. The authorities said that the settlers were given a chance to be heard before the demolition. And the authorities also warned of stricter actions in future.
The flood situation in Assam's Morrigaon district is gradually improving, but 64 villages are still affected in the deluge. The floods also affected about 200 families living in the Gasbari area of Assam, which is located in the middle of Brahmaputra river in the Morrigaon district of Assam. A quiet yet impactful transformation is underway in the rural stretches of Manipur, where the implementation of the Jal Jeevan mission has successfully brought safe and adequate drinking water directly to village households through tap connections. India is witnessing a fresh uptick in the COVID cases, with active infections reaching 5,364 according to the Union Health Ministry. The country has reported 764 new cases and 4 deaths in the last 24 hours. Kerala remains the most affected state, reporting 192 new cases in a day, followed by Gujarat, West Bengal and the national capital. Just 2 days after a clash broke out between Sikh pilgrims and locals in Srinagar, a similar incident has taken place in Uttarakhand's Joshi Math, with 2 people injured in a heated argument over the parking issue, which turned violent. Now, as per the reports, a group of Sikh pilgrims returning from Hemkund Sahib attacked a local man and his son over conflict related to the parking. The victim, who suffered head injuries, was rushed to the hospital. The first Vande Bharat train on Katra-Srinagar route began its journey yesterday. Passengers were seen gathering excitedly to board the train for the inaugural ride. Local pilot Praveen Kumar called this a historic moment as the entire rail network in the country is now connected. The train passes through 2 engineering marvels, Anji Khad Bridge and which is India's first cabled railway bridge, and the Chenab Bridge, which is the highest railway bridge in the entire world. The Stampede in Bengaluru has left the city mourning. An FIR has been registered against RCB, the event management company DNA, and the Karnataka State Cricket Association KSCA for the negligence in this case. Here's a quick report on that.
It was supposed to be a celebration, a historic win. But what unfolded outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th was nothing short of a tragedy. 11 lives lost, dozens injured, and yet the question remains, who is responsible? Despite clear warnings and prior information, no coherent crowd control plan was in place. Videos flooded social media. Heart-wrenching visuals of people gasping for breath, crushed in a sea of chaos. A celebration spiraled into a stampede of death and disorder. And now, in the eye of the storm, former Indian captain Virat Kohli. A complaint has been filed against him by senior social activist HM Venkatesh at the Cubbon Park Police Station. The police have acknowledged the letter and confirmed that an FIR has already been filed in connection to the stampede. The Event Management Agency and the Karnataka State Cricket Association. RCB has in fact gone ahead to claim that it followed the state orders. KSCA, meanwhile, has washed its hands off the incident and rushed to the High Court seeking a quashing of the FIR. In a rare admission, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah confessed they were not anticipating the crowd. A chilling understatement for a disaster that took 11 lives. Top police officials, including Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayananda, have been suspended. A judicial commission has been appointed, but the families of the dead are not looking for commissions. They are demanding justice. What was the role of RCB's management? Why was there no public communication about the event? And how did marketing head Nikhil, already under arrest, greenlight a mass event without securing basic safety clearances? The world saw RCB lift a trophy, but behind the glitz and glamour, a city mourns. This is not just about cricket. It is about accountability, it is about negligence, and the price paid when system fails. The big question remains: who will answer for June 4th?
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Karnataka State Cricket Association Secretary and Treasurer have tendered their resignation after the Stampede FIR. We'll also tell you about the letter which has revealed that Karnataka government gave permission for June 4th celebration event in Karnataka. We'll tell you about these two stories right after this very short break. Stay with us.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं भारत माता की।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are
live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. It's a Saturday, and we have a lot lined up for you in this show. We put our focus also on the Bengaluru Stampede case and the probe which is happening as we speak. We see that the Karnataka State Cricket Association, two officials from the KSCA have put down their papers. They have resigned. The probe continues. We'll get you all the details, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Top headlines coming in, viewers. Starting off with the Karnataka State Cricket Association Secretary and Treasurer resigning after Stampede FIR. Another letter reveals Karnataka government gave permission for June 4th Vidhan Sauda event. Rahul Gandhi targets Election Commission of India again, says match fixing will come to Bihar again. ED summons actor Dino Moria in ₹65 crore Meaty River scam case. After India suspends Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan writes 4 letters to India to reinstate the Indus Water Treaty. Major revelation in Pakistan's spy network. Probe agency suspects hundreds of former Pakistan cops part of spy network. Viewers, breaking news coming in. The crackdown on Pakistan's spy nexus continues, and now there is a big revelation, huge one, huge revelation. And this is coming in the case. Punjabi YouTuber Jasbir Singh, who was recently arrested on charges of espionage, revealed the involvement of a former Pakistani police officer in an ongoing espionage case racket. And Jasbir has disclosed that Nasir Dhillon, a former sub-inspector of the Pakistan police, was one of the masterminds behind the spying operation. Dhillon, who is now a Pakistani YouTuber, is allegedly to have introduced Jasbir to officers of Pakistan's ISI in Lahore. So this is back-to-back updates coming in right now. More names are emerging in the spy nexus, where former Pakistan cops are also being featured in this list. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now. Now remember that interrogation is continuing. Crackdown on Pakistan spy nexus is continuing. Huge revelations coming in the case. Let's go to Jatin. Jatin, Punjabi YouTuber Jasbir Singh, arrested on charges of espionage, has revealed under pressure the involvement of a former Pakistani police officer. Let's go ahead to you and try to understand what has Jasbir disclosed. Yes.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जसबीर से पूछताछ में नासिर ढिल्लो का नाम सामने आया और जब जांच एजेंसियों ने नासिर ढिल्लो को खंगालना शुरू किया तो पता लगा कि नासिर ढिल्लो पाकिस्तान में जो पंजाब प्रांत है वहां पर बतौर सब इंस्पेक्टर के तौर पर काम किया करता था पाकिस्तान पुलिस में, लेकिन उसने वो नौकरी छोड़ दी। नौकरी छोड़ने के बाद वो खुद एक यूट्यूबर बन गया और यूट्यूबर बनने के बाद वो भारत में जितने भी यूट्यूबर है उनको टारगेट करता था, पाकिस्तान बुलाता था, वहां पर टूर कराता था। टूर कराने की आड़ में पाकिस्तान का जो प्रोपेगेंडा है वो भारतीय यूट्यूबर के जरिए परोसने की और लोगों के सामने रखने की कोशिश करता था। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, नासिर लाहौर के अंदर आईएसआई एजेंट से भारतीय यूट्यूबर की मुलाकात कराता था और यही बात जो जसबीर गिरफ्तार हुआ पंजाब में, उसने जांच एजेंसियों को बताई कि किस तरीके से उसकी मुलाकात, यानी कि जसबीर की मुलाकात आईएसआई एजेंट से लाहौर के अंदर करवाई और करवाने वाला शख्स नासिर ढिल्लो था, जो कि पाकिस्तान पुलिस के अंदर काम कर चुका और अब यूट्यूबर के तौर पर काम कर रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात जो चीजें निकलकर सामने आ रही है कि जब नासिर को खंगाला गया, जो कि पूर्व पुलिसकर्मी है, वो ज्योति मल्होत्रा के साथ भी उसका कनेक्शन सामने आया। नासिर ने बाकायदा एक पॉडकास्ट के जरिए ज्योति मल्होत्रा का इंटरव्यू भी किया और कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान का जिस तरीके से प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाया जाता है, कितना अच्छा पाकिस्तान है दूसरे रिलीजियस के लिए, चाहे वो सिख हो या हिंदू हो, उनके लिए कितना अच्छा काम करता है, वो ज्योति मल्होत्रा के जरिए भारत में परोसने की कोशिश की गई। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात कि पाकिस्तान एम्बेसी में काम करने वाला दानिश, जिसका नाम पहले दिन से सामने आ रहा था, उसके संपर्क में भी नासिर ढिल्लो था था, नासिर ढिल्लो अपने यूट्यूब चैनल्स के जरिए भारतीय जो यूट्यूबर्स हैं उनको फंसाता था, आईएसआई का एजेंट बनवाता था उनको, और उसके जरिए जासूसी कराने का काम करता था। और यही कारण है कि जांच एजेंसियों को जब नासिर ढिल्लो के बारे में पता लगा तो ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि इस तरीके से पाकिस्तान के पूर्व पुलिसकर्मी जासूसी रैकेट में शामिल हो सकते हैं, और उनके बारे में अब जांच एजेंसी जो है वो जांच करती हुई नजर आ रही है। जसबीर ने बताया कि वो ज्योति मल्होत्रा के साथ जब करतारपुर साहिब कॉरिडोर से पाकिस्तान के अंदर दाखिल हुआ तो उस समय वो आईएसआई एजेंट से मिला, लाहौर के अंदर एक बाकायदा मीटिंग की गई और उस मीटिंग के जरिए तमाम टास्क दिए गए कि किस तरीके से भारत में चाहे वो आर्मी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट हो, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के मूवमेंट हो, किस तरीके से जो फोटोज और वीडियोस जानकारी शेयर करनी है। और यही कारण है कि अब पाकिस्तान के पूर्व पुलिसकर्मी नासिर का नाम जब सामने आए तो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस इस पूरे जासूसी नेकेट जो कि राजस्थान, पंजाब, दिल्ली, हरियाणा में फैले हुए उनको खंगालने की कोशिश कर रही है। हालांकि कई ऐसे दूसरे यूट्यूबर्स का नाम भी इसमें सामने आया, उन यूट्यूबर्स की फोटोज नासिर के साथ सामने आ रही है जिसको अब वेरीफाई करने का काम किया जा रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि नासिर ढिल्लो जो कि पाकिस्तान में बतौर पुलिसकर्मी था वो जासूसी का नेटवर्क चला रहा है और भारतीय यूट्यूबर्स को इसमें टारगेट किया जा रहा है। बैक टू
That is right, Jatin. That is right. Due to interrogation and pressure, we see that the arrested spies are going ahead and blurting out their connection with Pakistani handlers. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates. A former employee of the ICICI Bank was arrested for allegedly siphoning off crores of rupees from accounts of customers in a fraud that spanned for more than 2 years. Sakshi Gupta is a relationship manager of ICICI Bank in Kota, defrauding around 4.58 crores from at least 41 customers in hopes of achieving high returns, but ended up losing it all. That is right. We see a huge fraud which was happening for a while now. It was a 2-year-long fraud at 4.58 crores was stolen. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Ravindra. Okay, Ravindra joining us from Kota. 41 victims, Ravindra, 110 accounts, former ICICI Bank officials stealing crores from FDs and then invested it in stocks. But at the end of the day, she lost all of that money. Yes, what's happening there?
जी बिल्कुल बता दें, ये जो पूरा प्रकरण है कोटा राजस्थान का है। कोटा राजस्थान का उद्योग नगर जो थाना इलाका है वहाँ का है। जो बैंक मैनेजर थी साक्षी गुप्ता, उसने जो है लोगों के साथ ठगी की है। करीब 4 करोड़ से अधिक जो है वो जो लोग थे वहाँ के जो ग्राहक थे उनके खातों से पैसा निकाला गया और उस पैसे को शेयर मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट किया गया। इन्वेस्ट करने के बाद जब वो काफी नुकसान में चली जाती है, जिसके बाद जो वहाँ के ग्राहक थे उन्होंने, जो वहाँ के बैंक मैनेजर थे, उन्होंने यहाँ पर उद्योग नगर थाने में अपनी शिकायत दर्ज कराई। शिकायत दर्ज कराने के बाद पुलिस ने इस पूरी पड़ताल शुरू की। पूरा प्रकरण था उसमें जो आरोपी महिला है उसे गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। उसे 1 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड लिया गया था। पुलिस रिमांड के बाद जो महिला आरोपी है उसे जेल भेज दिया गया है। उद्योग नगर जो थानाधिकारी है जितेंद्र सिंह, उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि जो तत्कालीन बैंक मैनेजर थी वो 2020 से वहां पर जो है पोस्टिंग थी, 2020 से लेकर 2023 तक वहां पर पोस्टेड रही है। इसी दौरान ये जो उसने जो वारदात की है वो पूरी वारदात की थी। करीब 41 जो खाते थे उनसे पैसा निकाला गया। पैसों का जो पैसा था उसको अलग खातों में ट्रांसफर किया जाता था। कई जो उसके जो मिलने वाले थे उन खातों में पैसा ट्रांसफर किया गया था, जिसके बाद जो शेयर मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट किया गया और वो काफी नुकसान में चली गई थी, जिसके बाद से वो पूरा प्रकरण उद्योग नगर थाने में दर्ज किया गया। लंबी जांच चली, लंबी जांच के बाद उसको दोषी पाया गया और उसको आखिरकार जो उद्योग नगर थाना पुलिस है उसने गिरफ्तार कर लिया और उसे 1 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड लेने के बाद पूछताछ करने के बाद उसे जेल भेज दिया गया है।
Right. Okay, thank you for getting us those details, Ravindra from Kota, helping us understand this bank fraud in Kota, which has now been caught. And we will move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more breaking news coming in, and this is regarding the Bengaluru Stampede case. Shankar, who was serving as the secretary of the Karnataka State Cricket Association, KSCA, has resigned. He submitted his resignation letter to the KSCA president yesterday. The KSCA treasurer, Jaram, has also resigned. Now, both officials submitted the resignations to the KSCA president. Resignations come in the wake of the tragic Stampede incident during the RCB victory celebrations. So we see 2 resignations which have happened back to back from the officials of the KSCA. as the investigation continues in the Bengaluru Stampede case, viewers. KSCA Secretary and Treasurer resigning, citing moral responsibility. That's the word that they have used. I want to go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, yes, take our viewers through what that letter says. Because, you know, they are saying we have resigned due to moral responsibility. But we know that they were under pressure. They've got, KSCA has got interim relief right now from the court, but they're still under pressure to answer about how things went so wrong at that event. Yes, over to you, Abhishek.
Well, Shivangi, the letter which we all have witnessed now doesn't carry the signatures of the Secretary and the Treasurer of the Karnataka State Cricket Association. This point has to be noted because some other day we might see Shankar or Jairam saying that they weren't aware of this letter or there was a political pressure behind this letter. This might be their claim if at all their signature isn't present on this letter. Coming back to the point, as per the records of the letter, it very clearly mentions that Shankar, who's the Treasurer, Shankar, who's the Secretary, and Jairam, who's the Treasurer, have rendered the resignation to the Karnataka State Cricket Academy's positions as on 6th of June, owing the moral responsibility for the stampede that happened on the 4th June in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium. Also, it is very clearly mentioned, despite there were officials who were above them who could have taken a better decision, owing to the deaths, the innocent 11 deaths, they have decided to render or tender resignation to the positions of Karnataka State Cricket Academy or Association as on 6th, and they have also made sure that this document goes on the social media on the 7th, that is today. So we are waiting a confirmation message from the Karnataka State Cricket Association, whereas KSCA hasn't responded to the stampede event. KSCA hasn't officially responded to the resignation. KSCA hasn't owned or made sure that the arrangements or the stampede was due to their negligence. So there is no official confirmation or information shared from the KSCA until now. So we are yet waiting to get a confirmation or official information that had to be conveyed through the KSCA. Also, we have seen KSCA has been, it has already got an interim relief with respect to the High Court or the FIR which was filed against them. So KSCA has to make a public appearance. The President, the Secretary, the Treasurer who were named in the FIR have already moved to the High Court seeking the quashing of their names in the FIR. So we are viewing various point of view with respect to the KSCA, whereas no single person, no single entity, no single administrator, no single authoritative person has made any public statement as of now. Shivangi.
Yes, Abhishek, I want you to stay on with us. More breaking news coming in. One more letter, I repeat, one more letter confirms that Karnataka government had in fact approved the event at Vidhan Sauda. Karnataka government had sent an official letter to KSCA officials with strict conditions, including 15 lakh refundable security deposit if tents or structures were erected at the venue. As per the letter, the approval was granted by the Department of Personnel and Administrative Reforms to the Karnataka State Cricket Association based on a request from the association and a clearance issued by the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Vidhan Sauda Security. Okay, so this is what we see right now, viewers. Back to back is coming in. You have on your screens on left hand, innocent lives were lost, and visuals from the stampede. Okay, let's go to Abhishek. Abhishek, Karnataka government had approved this event, and we see that there were some conditions which were also asked for. There were a lot of conditions: 15 lakh deposit, responsibility of damage to property on state cricket body, amongst others. If you could take our viewers through what does this letter really mean, because the Karnataka government and the CM Siddaramaiah has said again and again that it was not a government event. However, they did give the green signal to it.
Well, Shivangi, it is very clear that the DPR of the Vidhan Sauda will obviously have those set of rules and regulations to any person who would want to conduct a program on the grand steps of Vidhan Sauda. However, the KSCA had written a letter seeking the permission of the DPAR of the Vidhan Sauda to help them organize the program with respect to the winning team RCB visiting the grand steps of Vidhan Sauda. This letter was dated on 3rd, which was directed to the DPAR department. However, without the permission, the government conducted the program in front of the grand steps of Vidhan Sabha on the evening of 4th, and also following that there was a stampede which happened in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium which took the innocent lives of 11 people. After which the letter dated June 5th very clearly shows that the government has accepted the invitation and has allowed the KSCA via the DNA, also the DNA Entertainment, to make sure that they would conduct the event as per the rules and regulations or the protocols of the Vidhana Sabha or the DPAR. Also mentioning 15 lakhs of deposit, they are responsible to get the celebrities inside. There were various other sets of rules which were given to the organizers. However, this move of Karnataka state government is to mention that we already have given a acceptance to you, but the event was supposed to be on 4th. The acceptance letter was given on 5th. So what is the point of giving the letter after the stampede or the event has finished is the point of question which has to be answered from the state government as of now, Shivangi.
That is right. Many questions being raised right now, Abhishek. I will be coming back to you for more on the story. We have to move ahead, viewers. Haridwar Roorkee Development Authority now has gone ahead. They have taken very stringent action. And this is against the illegal constructions in the city, demolishing colonies on over 90 bhigas of land. Here's more, viewers. Take a look.
The Haridwar Roorkee Development Authority took stringent action against illegal constructions in the city. In a demolition drive against illegal construction, bulldozers ran on 4 unauthorized colonies in Bhagwanpur Tehsil area. The colonies were constructed on more than 90 bhigas of land in Lava Road and Sisuna area. In Sisuna area, bulldozers ran against Munir Alam and Abdul Rahman. And in Lava Road area, bulldozer action was taken against Neeraj Goyal and Vinod Thapa. The municipal authorities took the bulldozer action along with the Uttarakhand police. The authorities said that the settlers were given a chance to be heard before the demolition. And the authorities also warned of stricter actions in future.
Viewers, BSF held a press briefing on 1 month of Operation Sindoor. The BSF warned Pakistan of any mischief, saying that they will now enter Pakistan and decimate, I repeat, decimate their posts. My colleague spoke to the DIG BSF saying Pakistan cannot be trusted and they are fully involved in terrorism. Take a look.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का 1 महीना हुआ है। इस दौरान भारत ने पाकिस्तान को जो है हर एक फ्रंट पर धूल चटाई है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर बीएसएफ ने जो है प्रीएम्प्टिव स्ट्राइक्स कर पाकिस्तान की हर एक प्लान को धराशाही कर दिया। बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ डीआईजी बीएसएफ प्रभाकर जोशी मौजूद हैं। सर, एक महीना हो गया इस ऑपरेशन का। 1 महीने में पाकिस्तान की अब क्या सिचुएशन है बॉर्डर पे?
नहीं, पाकिस्तान पूरी अपनी जड़ों से हिला हुआ है। जैसा आप सब लोग देख ही रहे होंगे, लगातार गुहार कर रहा है भारत सरकार से, हमारा पानी खोल दीजिए और हम इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। तो जिस तरह के वो झूठे वादे करता रहता है, झूठी बातें करता रहता है, वो सबके सामने समक्ष एक बहुत बड़ा प्रमाण है। पर हम उसकी किसी बात पर भरोसा नहीं करते। सीमा सुरक्षा बल पहले से भी ज़्यादा मजबूत होकर के अपने अनुभवों से बहुत कुछ हमने लेसन लिए हैं, तो हम पूरी मजबूती से इस बार जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हैं।
सर, पाकिस्तान पे क्या भरोसा किया जा सकता है ऐसे समय में जो हालात हैं?
नहीं, पाकिस्तान पर बिल्कुल भी भरोसा नहीं करा जा सकता। हमें पूरा इतिहास देखना पड़ेगा, किस तरह इन्होंने कारगिल में धोखा दिया, किस तरह ये घुस के आए और वहाँ पे जो मुशर्रफ थे, इनके जो जनरल थे, प्रेसिडेंट भी रहे बाद में, किस तरह झूठ बोलते रहे कि हमारे सैनिक नहीं थे, हमारे कोई आदमी इन्वॉल्व नहीं थे, ये तो मिलिटेंट हैं। और बाद में उन्होंने खुद नहीं अपने मुंह से इस बात को स्वीकारा कि हमारे सैनिक थे। ये वो देश है जो आतंक में पूरे गले तक लिप्त है। ये अपने सैनिकों की जान की परवाह नहीं करता और अपने सैनिकों को यदि जान दे दें तो एक्सेप्ट भी नहीं कर सकता। जबकि आप देख सकते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल किस तरह अपने बहादुर जवानों को, बहादुर अधिकारियों को, बहादुर अधीनस्थ अधिकारियों का सम्मान करता है, उनके बल पौरुष और जो उनकी जो ताकत है उसको सराहता है।
Breaking news coming in, viewers. More news coming in. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, I repeat, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has sent a stern message to Pakistan, and he says very, very clearly, India stands under the leadership of PM Modi. And there is zero tolerance, I repeat, zero tolerance for terror. He also said that terrorism is a big black spot on humanity. This is a very, very big message, strong message coming in. And this message is directed towards Pakistan viewers, where we see that Rajnath Singh is saying that India stands firm under the leadership of PM Modi. And he's saying that there is a need for global unity against terrorism and has discussed the measures available to the global community to take effective action against terrorism. He's saying that it's time the entire community stands up against terrorism, and any kind of terrorism, any kind of terrorism or terrorists being sponsored in Pakistan will not be tolerated anymore. Okay, we have to move ahead right now, viewers. Let's go straight across to some of the other stories that we're tracking here on Republic TV. All right, next is Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. Flood situation in Assam's Morrigaon district is gradually improving, but 64 villages are still affected in the deluge. The floods also affected about 200 families living in the Mayong area, which is located in the middle of the Brahmaputra River. A quiet yet impactful transformation is underway in the rural stretches of Manipur as well, where the Jal Jeevan mission has successfully brought safe and adequate drinking water directly to village households through tap connections. India is seeing a fresh uptake in COVID-19 cases, with more infections which are active, reaching around 5,364 according to the Union Health Ministry. The country has reported 764 new cases and 4 deaths in the last 24 hours. Kerala remains the most affected state, reporting 192 new cases in a day, followed by Gujarat, West Bengal and Delhi. Just 2 days after a clash broke out between Sikh pilgrims and locals in Srinagar, a similar incident has been taking place in Uttarakhand's Joshimath, with 2 people injured in a heated argument over parking issue turned violent. As per reports, a group of Sikh pilgrims returning from Hemkund Sahib allegedly attacked a local man and his son over conflict related to parking. Victims who suffered head injuries were rushed to the hospital. The first Vande Bharat Express train on the Kathura-Srinagar route had begun its journey today. Passengers were seen gathering in a very excited manner to board this train for the inaugural ride. Local pilot Praveen Kumar called it a historic moment, as the entire rail network in India is now connected. The train passes through 2 engineering marvels and the Chenab Bridge as well, the highest railway bridge in the world. Major crackdown, viewers, on Maoist insurgency. Another Maoist terrorist identified as Bhaskar was neutralized by security forces in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur on Friday. This comes just a day after the top Maoist terrorist Sudhakar was gunned down in the same district. The action is part of an intensified anti-Maoist operation underway in the region. Meanwhile, in Maharashtra's Gadchiroli, a dozen Maoists collectively carrying a bounty of 1 crore rupees have surrendered before the police. Here's a full report, viewers. Take a look.
A massive crackdown on Maoists continues in Chhattisgarh. Security forces neutralized a wanted Maoist, Bhaskar, in Bijapur on Friday. He was reportedly carrying a bounty of Rs 45 lakh. An AK-47 rifle, explosives and other arms were recovered from the site. This encounter comes just a day after security forces gunned down top Maoist commander Sudhakar in the same district. Similar recoveries were made from Sudhakar encounter site, AK-47s, arms and explosives. These back-to-back encounters are part of an intensified operation launched on Wednesday, involving the State Police's Special Task Force, District Reserve Guard and CRPF's Elite Cobra Unit. Meanwhile, in a major breakthrough in Maharashtra, 12 Maoists surrendered before the security forces in Gadchiroli. Together, they carried a total reward of over Rs 1 crore. The surrender coincided with the visit of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis and comes as a morale booster